771. The young girl saw that the stranger in green seemed to have moved and was about to follow the young man to another city. She immediately said to the young man angrily, "Do you still talk about first come, first served?" She didn't expect the young man to have a bad temper. He directly scolded, "Chin Zido, you slut. How can you talk to me like that? Why don't you quickly slap yourself 3 times? The young girl who was directly called by her name was stunned. She was also scolded in public as a slut. Perhaps she was afraid of the other party's identity. She didn't retort. She just lowered her eyes and was about to cry. She took out an embroidered handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes. The young man was proud and continued to persuade Chen Pingon to follow him out of the city. "Mr. Chen, women are too greasy and not elegant enough. My master knows that you have never liked these kinds of women, wild bees and butterflies. The fragrance of the wind is like a sword. How improper. Therefore, Mr. Chen should leave with me quickly. My master has already set up a banquet to welcome Mr. Chen. He has also prepared an additional gift as a reward for mending the yin mold." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "You shouldn't talk about Miss Biu like that." The reason why he didn't immediately agree to the young man's invitation was because Chen Pingon still wanted to walk around this city. He also needed to thank the curly-bearded man. Then there was the man in the weapon shop. When he walked to the door earlier, he seemed to have been paying attention to the Night Ranger on his back. Also, because of the local delicacies such as Tongling ginger and Tongshan lotus root, Chen Pingon already had some guesses about the identity of the shopkeeper. It was very likely that he was the Mr. Wusong that Bai Yi met when he went to the mountains to visit immortals in his early years. Therefore, Chen Pingon planned to ask this scholar Du for a water buffalo painting. Whether it was successful or not, he would talk about it later. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but as long as a thread was formed in one of the meridians, it would be much easier. When the young man heard Chen Pingon call Qin Zidu Bai Yu and expose her nickname, the young man was obviously a little surprised. He then laughed heartily and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Chen to already know the background of this lowly servant. If that's the case, then Mr. Chen must have read the Crimson Pavilion Exam, Rouge Chronicle, and the erotic book series. Young sword immortals are all sentimental people. No wonder my city lord has a whole new level of respect for you, Mr. Chen." Li Shilang clearly misjudged Mr. Chen, mistaking Mr. Chen for one of those rigid and pedantic people. Chen Pingon immediately explained with a smile, "You flatter me. I just happened to hear about it from others. I haven't actually read any of the 3 books." When the youth mentioned the last book, Chen Pingon instantly formed a sword seal. At the same time, he used sword qi to disperse the youth's voice so that Pei Qian and Xiaomi wouldn't hear it. Old chef carelessly bought books. He really did a lot of harm. Since the monarch and the fortune-telling stall were gone, and Xiao Baowan had also left, Pei Qian let Xiaomi stay in the basket. He put away the long staff, picked up the mountain walking staff, and carried the basket again. He quietly stood beside Chen Pingon. Pei Qian's gaze was mostly on the young girl named Qin Zidu. Before this young girl left, she must have put in a lot of effort. She was wearing a purple dress, with a purple flower in her hair bun. There was a small purple sachet on her belt that was embroidered with the words Rouge Divine Residence. The young girl's makeup was especially exquisite. She had a small golden dimple, and her sandalwood hair was slightly yellow. Her face was glowing. What was especially rare was that this young girl had actually applied white makeup on both sides of her temples. This caused the young girl's originally slightly round face to immediately become slender. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. If this young girl had such makeup every time she left the house, how much time would she have spent in her house? Didn't she find it troublesome? Chen Pingon hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't stop him, nor did he remind the young boy to be careful. Instead, he instantly moved a few steps away from the talkative young boy. He didn't want to be implicated. As expected, the young girl suddenly raised her head and quickly approached. She grabbed the young boy's ear with one hand and pulled with all her strength, causing the young boy to tilt his head in pain. The young girl's other hand fiercely scratched the young boy's face. Her mouth was cursing him for being a lowly servant. The young boy also didn't want to be taken advantage of. He didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. With a flip of his hand, he grabbed the young girl's hair bun. The two of them looked like a pair of golden boy and jade girl of the same age. Very quickly, they hugged each other and tangled together. They even used elbows and knees to hit each other. It was very chaotic. This scene opened Xiaomi's eyes. These locals were all very fierce. Their tempers weren't very good. If there was a disagreement, they would scratch each other's face. Pei Qian glanced at her master. Chen Pingan lightly shook his head, indicating that she didn't need to mediate. The young boy and girl who were wrestling together seemed to have fallen from the sky to the ground. In the end, the young boy kicked the young girl's face. The young girl responded by kicking the young boy's chest and crotch. In the end, both of them slid backwards. Fortunately, both of them didn't seem to know martial arts and didn't make too much of a commotion. The young girl staggered to her feet and patted the dust off her body. The young boy covered his face with one hand and pressed the other to his chest. He grimaced in pain as he shook his back and had no choice but to bend over. Pei Qian saw that the young girl was picking her eyebrows and drawing them. Now that one of her eyebrows had been kicked off by the young boy, her delicate peach blossom makeup had become a complete mess. Her face was covered in smudges. The purple flower on her head had also been crushed by the young boy and scattered on the ground. At this moment, the young girl standing on the street looked somewhat comical. As for the small brocade pouch embroidered with the words Rouge God's Abode, the knot had also been unknotted during the process of twisting. A bronze-green beetle as big as an elm pod ran out. Previously, when the young boy stood up, he had seen the opportunity and quietly stepped on it under his boot. The young girl, whose nickname was Jasper, quickly realized that she had lost a green golden cicada that was used to raise powder and charm people. She anxiously walked in circles and pointed at the young boy and threatened, "Long Bin, give me back my green golden cicada." Chen Pingan sighed. It seemed like a fortuitous encounter had just passed him by. In the Tongyi Continent's Taiping Mountain, the Yu dynasty's consecrator, cultivator Dai Yuan, had once given Chen Pingan an apology gift. The ink ingot was called Moonlight Pine Daoist ink. However, it was given to Chen Pingan as a gift. It was said that every time the ink ingot was under the moon, a little Daoist would travel like a fly. He claimed to be the Black Pine Messenger and the Ink Spirit Minister. Later on, when Chen Pingan asked Cui Dongshan, he found out that the little Daoist who had become a spirit from the ancient ink was called Long Bin. The place where he attained Tao was not the ink ingot. He just happened to travel here at that time. Because he liked to use the rare ancient ink ingots in the world as his immortal's ferry, he wandered around and his whereabouts were erratic. If it wasn't for an opportunity, it would be difficult for immortals to find traces of him even if they had the ink. He belonged to the category of the manifestation of the great Tao that was condensed by literary fate. He could be considered to have attained Tao in a similar way to the small incense stick and the grasshopper, silver worm. Every fairy ink ingot that Long Bin had stopped at had a literary aura. Therefore, at that time, even Cui Dongshan felt that it was a pity. Naturally, Chen Pingan felt even more heartache because it was obviously best to give this item to Little Warm Tree. On the ferry, there were opportunities everywhere. However, there were also traps everywhere. Who cares about this junk? I'll give it to you. The young man sneered and raised his foot. Then, he lifted the green cicada with the tip of his foot and kicked it at the girl. The latter caught it with both hands and carefully put it into the brocade pouch and tied the knot. The girl asked, "What did Sword Immortal say? Is he going to write the Evil Nature chapter without a single mistake and then be sent out of the country, or from today onwards, will he be regarded as an enemy of my city?" Chen Pingan said to her, "I don't want to write anything. I just want to wander around here for a few days. If your city lord wants to drive me away, he can drive me away. Li Shirlang is straightforward. It doesn't matter if he sees me as an enemy, but I don't see Lu's city as an enemy." The girl frowned and said, "An evil guest has come. He doesn't know what's good for him and is annoying." She suddenly smiled. "He's young and impetuous, but he's a broad-minded sword immortal." If there was an edict, she pricked up her ears and listened. Then, she said, "The deputy city lord has just heard that Sword Immortal has arrived and asked me to pass a message to Sword Immortal. You can rest assured and tour Lu City. However, there are only 3 days. After 3 days, if Sword Immortal can't find a way to go to another city, then don't blame us for acting according to the rules." Just as the young man was about to speak, she stomped her foot and said angrily, "Long Bin, this is the decision of my city lord and deputy city lord. I advise you not to meddle. Otherwise, if you cause the 2 cities to become hostile, be careful that you won't even be able to keep your remaining title of Ping Zhangshi." Chen Pingan didn't want to make things difficult for the young man beside him. He smiled and said, "You and I will meet here in 4 days." The young man nodded and agreed to this matter, but the scratches on his face were still clear. The young man was indignant. He sneered at Qin Zidu, who was from the Rouge God Mansion, and said, "Let's wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll gather an army and go straight to your Rouge Cave and Bone Tomb." A woman in heavy makeup rubbing ink with her bare hands was undoubtedly a refined matter. However, for Long Bin, who was an official of the Songyan Protectorate General and the Xuanxiang Prefect, it was indeed a bit of a struggle for the Great Tao. Qin Zidu spat out, "Spouting nonsense, disgracing the ground, shameless thing." The young man was too lazy to be entangled with this long-haired and short-sighted woman. He was about to leave Lu City when Chen Pingan suddenly reached out and grabbed the young man's arm. He smiled and said, "I forgot to ask Lord Ping Zhangshi, which city are you from? If Lord Ping Zhangshi accidentally delays things 4 days later, I can take the initiative to visit." The young man complained incessantly, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. If you want to talk, just talk. Why did Mr. Chen grab me?" Chen Pingan smiled honestly and said, "I'm just trying to be cultured." The young man lowered his head and glanced at his sleeve. Where the Sword Immortal was holding his arm, 5 colors were shining brightly. It was like a river flowing into the sea, gradually condensing. With a long face, he said, "I didn't have much left in the first place, and Mr. Chin even took a portion of it. My situation is so bleak. Isn't it worse than Wang Shaoer's New Year?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "When I leave the ferry in the future, I'll naturally reward Lord Ping Zhangshi from afar." The young man's eyes lit up, and he no longer deliberately restrained the magical scene on his sleeve. "Really?" However, before the young man and Chen Pingan could discuss more, the young man staggered back and his figure dissipated, going to another city. He could only hurriedly say a sentence to Chen Pingan, like a prophecy: roosters crowing in the sky, dogs barking in the clouds. Chicken and Dog City. Wasn't the name too careless? Wouldn't it be better if it was Dao Attainment City? Perhaps the name was too big and not suitable? Chen Pingan shook his sleeve, and a 5-colored light condensed on the fingertip of his right hand. It was rich and cultured, like a flower blooming on the fingertip, and finally it was kept by Chen Pingan into his sleeve. Qin Zido didn't care about it. In the city, Passers-by relied on their own ability to fight for opportunities. There was nothing strange. However, she looked at Pei Qian with a smooth forehead and a bun, and her eyes were complicated. In the end, she couldn't help but persuade, "Little girl, a gentleman dies for his bosom friend, a woman dresses up for her lover. If you can tidy yourself up properly, you'll also be a woman with good looks. Why are you so careless? Look at this sword immortal, since he knows my nickname, he's also an expert in the affairs of the boudoir. Why didn't he teach you? You don't blame him." When Pei Qian went out traveling, she always dressed neatly, without any makeup, and her hair was even simpler. At this moment, she said expressionlessly, "There's no need, it's neat, it's not a problem." Qin Zido said bitterly, "It's not a problem. How is it not a problem? Everyone loves beauty, isn't it right and proper for a woman to increase her looks?" Pei Qian looked at the young girl in front of her, who had a miserable face with makeup, and held back her laughter. She shook her head and didn't say anything else. Chen Pingan said with a smile, "The ancient said that the pure and virtuous air of heaven and earth is gathered in a woman's boudoir. When a woman in the world is free, it's indeed suitable for her to put on light makeup. Miss Bu just said that a woman dresses up for her lover. Since heaven and earth is the #1 scholar, then no matter how much makeup a woman puts on, as long as it's appropriate, it'll be the most suitable for him." Half of his words were Chen Pingan's heartfelt words. As long as Pei Qian wanted to deal with rouge and powder, it was naturally fine to put on light makeup. At Pei Qian's age, after all, she was no longer the charcoal little girl from back then. She should indeed dress up properly. Of course, if Pei Qian didn't want to and liked to be barefaced, it wouldn't matter. As for the other half of his words, of course, they were polite words between Chen Pingan and this so-called Empress Qin of the Rouge God's mansion. Qin Zidu was shocked. She no longer had the cold and arrogant attitude she had when they first met. She curtsied to Chen Pingan and changed the way she addressed him for the first time. She smiled and said, "Mr. Chen's words are appropriate and heartfelt. It's easy to forget. In that case, I wish Mr. Chen all the best in the next 3 days." Chen Pingan cupped his fist and thanked her. Qin Zidu asked, "Does Mr. Chen carry any rouge or powder with him?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "No." Obviously, he had missed another opportunity. She smiled and nodded, but she was also a little disappointed. Then her body blurred and finally turned into 7 colors. For a moment, the whole street was filled with a fragrant smell. The 7 colors were like the rising of a celestial being. Then, in the blink of an eye, they disappeared in all directions, leaving no trace for Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "After 4 days, we will change places. Who knows, we might be able to eat stinky tofu." Pei Qian smiled and was looking forward to it. Makeup was too cumbersome. Pei Qian only felt that it would hinder her from punching, so she was not interested. However, Sister Shi from the dragon riding alley liked these things very much. She wondered if she would have the chance to bring some back from Tiaomu City in 3 days. Xiaomi was standing in the basket. When she heard about the stinky tofu, she immediately became greedy and quickly wiped her mouth. She did not understand or remember anything. Only the stinky tofu made the black-clothed girl greedy. Chen Pingan moved slightly and came to the side of the cotton cloth stall. He squatted down and looked around, choosing what he liked. Finally, he chose a small bow the size of a palm. He asked the bearded man who had 100,000 armored soldiers, "How much is this bow?" The small golden water jar in the stall had already been taken by Xiao Baowan after answering the question of the green ox Taoist priest. On the cotton cloth, there was still a small bundle of dead plum branches and a small porcelain bowl of daffodils left. There was a small note on the outside of a folded scroll. The words were beautiful, teaching the women of the world how to dress up. A cast iron 3 monkeys fishing the moonflower artifact. An ebony paperweight. Not willing to be blown by the wind, silent and mysterious. The Lord is upright, suppressing the quietness. 2 words were signed, Shu Yi. Finally, there was the small bow placed in the corner. It was simple and exquisite like a child's toy. The inscriptions were fine and hard to notice, Cloud Dream Pine. The bearded man saw that this person chose this small bow. He had a helpless expression and shook his head, I will sell it. However, it is not easy for you to buy it. You have to gather a few books, at least 3 books. After I read them, young master can use one of the books to exchange for it. As for the rest, I will not say much. Chen Pingan nodded and had an idea. He turned to look at the painting scroll and asked, how much is this painting? Or do you want to barter? The bearded man nodded and smiled, young master is smart. My stall's business does indeed require bartering. However, the items I need are not in the city. Not to mention the long journey, it's also heavily guarded. Young master, you are still unwilling to give up. Go find a place at the north foot of Mount Li. There is a heavenly treasure relic engraved on the cliff. If you can go to that cool world and retrieve a beauty statue beside the green jade pool, you can exchange for the painting scroll. At that time, there will be a blessing that will take the initiative to meet you. Chen Pingan asked, in that case, this painting scroll and the cool world of the heavenly treasure relic are both illusory things. The next blessing is real. What he saw and heard in the city today, other than Xiao Baowan and Shen Xiaocan, although they were all living immortals, they were still divided into different levels. It only depended on the degree of self-awareness. For example, the bearded man in front of him, the Taoist priest Green Ox from before, and the scholar Du in the nearby weapons shop who missed his hometown, Tongling Ginger, and Chuzhou's sour plum soup, were clearly more vivid. Their actions were also more straightforward. The bearded man grinned and did not answer the question. If you are more ruthless and have the ability to visit immortals and explore, you will be able to move all the white jade statues of those concubines and palace maids out of the cool world. Then, you will really have good luck with women. Pei Qian suddenly said through telepathy, Master, I seem to have seen this in a book. If the records are true, the north foot of Mount Li is easy to find, but the heavenly treasure cliff is difficult to find. However, we only need to find a local woodcutter and shepherd boy. He seems to be able to help us lead the way. When someone writes the word summer shelter, the stone door of the grotto heaven will open by itself. It is said that there is a bathing pool inside. The pool water is carved with green jade. It is sparkling like running water. However, the scene of the jade people in the cave is too erotic and charming. When the time comes, Master will enter alone. I will bring Xiaomi and wait outside. Chen Pingan was so angry that he laughed. You even know this? Which book did you read this secret anecdote from? Pei Qian blinked his eyes. Sister Zaishi said it. Back then in the Jinjia continent, every time after the war ended, she liked to tell me these strange stories. I just listened casually. At that time, I asked Sister Zaishi how big the pool was and how much money it could be sold for with so many green jades. Sister Zaishi even scolded me for being a money grubber. The bearded man saw that Chen Pingan was staring at the ebony paperweight again and took the initiative to say, Master, give me a complete zither score in exchange. Chen Pingan understood in his heart that it was the Guangling cessation without a doubt. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Senior, for your chat with the Lord. This junior will go into the city to look for the book. The bearded man only nodded and said with a smile, Master has accepted a good disciple. Chen Pingan left the stall with Pei Qian and Xiaomi and went to the weapon shop first. The owner sat behind the counter and was chewing on the tender lotus root and white ginger. Seeing Chen Pingon return, the bearded man was not surprised and did not ask anything. Chen Pingon bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Wu Song." The bearded man asked, "Do you have any scholarly achievements?" Chen Pingon stood up and answered respectfully, "I do not have any scholarly achievements in the imperial examinations. However, I have a student who is second in the imperial examinations." The bearded man smiled and took the initiative to ask, "Do you want the fragrant flower post that was completed by City Lord Shao?" Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "Mr. Wu Song must have a use for the fragrant flower post. I just want to shamelessly ask Mr. Wu Song for a water buffalo painting." The bearded man was slightly surprised. When making a living on the ferry, rules are rules and there is no exception. Since you know that I am Du Xiuzai, and you know that I can paint, then the headmaster's literary skills are peerless, and the new works of the 5 pine trees are widely praised. You should know what new writing means. Forget it, this might be a little difficult for you. You just need to casually tell me the title of a poem that I have written in my life. Since I was able to obtain a section of the Tai Bai Immortal Sword tip from Bai Yi, I believe it will not be difficult for me to know this. Chen Pingon was embarrassed. The Tai Bai Immortal Sword's tip was mysteriously obtained at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pingon only knew the name of this Mr. Wu Song who was able to repay Bai Yi with a poem. He did not know anything about the poem. In fact, the reason why Chen Pingon knew about Mr. Wu Song was mainly because of elementary scholar Du's identity as a refiner. To put it simply, Chen Pingon remembered the poem written by Bai Yi, but he couldn't remember a single word of what Mr. Wu Song had written. Little Millet, who was helping the good mountain lord to peck the rice in the basket, was even more embarrassed and could only scratch his face. Elementary scholar Du smiled. "Since the long sword was here just now, but it just so happened that it was not with me this time. Let's not talk about fated chances. Don't think too much about the water buffalo painting." The bearded man sighed. The incident of Bai Yi alone in Fuyao Continent was indeed sad. Sure enough, after this parting, peach blossoms were deep. Chen Pingon was somewhat regretful. He did not dare to insist on fated chances and could only cup his fists to bid farewell. He thought of something and asked, "Mr. Wu Song, can you drink some wine?" The bearded man smiled and did not speak. Chen Pingon took out 2 jugs of celestial wine and placed them on the counter. He cupped his fists again and smiled brightly. "Outside Mount Wusong, it is my honor to meet you and to be so bold as to give you wine." The bearded man looked at the back of the young man in green as he crossed the threshold. He reached out to take a jug of wine and nodded. "It's just that brat's eyes are too sharp and he knows what's good for him." He squatted there and looked around on purpose. In fact, he had his eyes on this bow a long time ago. I couldn't break the rules and take the initiative to tell him that this bow was too hot to handle. Scholar Du smiled and said, "But if this deal really went through, you'd be able to completely remove the shackles. You wouldn't have to rely on the 100,000 armored soldiers to chop off that person's head to escape. In the end, it's a good thing. We've all been drawing a circle and waiting here bitterly for hundreds and thousands of years, repeating the same scene year after year. It's really tiring and I'm sick of it." The man grinned and said, "If I have wine to drink, I promise I won't spit out a single drop." Scholar Du smiled and threw a jug of wine. The bearded man caught the jug and sniffed the fragrance of the wine. His face was intoxicated, but it was followed by sadness. He muttered, "In the past, I used to carry a sword and a bow on my back and ride a donkey in Jianghu. I only liked to drink to my heart's content. Now, I can't even bear to drink a sip." Over at the famous shop, the young shopkeeper was flipping through a book as if flipping through a book was like looking at mountains and rivers. He had a clear view of Chen Pingon's whereabouts in the city. He nodded with a smile and muttered to himself, Book Mountain is never empty. There's never a wasted journey. When people descend the mountain, they're never empty-handed. The more detours one takes, the more benefits one will gain in life. Oh Shin Shao Kan, how can you say that you don't know anything? On a ship sailing at night, what you know is what you know, and what you don't know is what you don't know. That's what you know. He was somewhat puzzled. He shook his head and sighed. Does this Mayor Shao have a grudge against you? Is he sure that you like that bow? So he's determined to make you tear down one of the pillars of the 3 sections. In this way, you'll be harming a part of Taoism's fated chance in the future on your path of cultivation. This was because before Chen Pingon came to this famous shop to buy books, Xiao Baowan came here first. He spent money and bought all the books related to that famous story in one go. There were hundreds of books. So Chen Pingon came here to buy books first. It was actually the right choice. It was just that Xiao Baowan, who pretended to leave the city, beat him to it. The shopkeeper thought for a while and still walked out of the shop. He looked up at the sky and smiled. Fellow Daoist Lu, aren't you being implicated by me? This kid seems to be drifting further and further away from Taoism. I've caused you to suffer another sword for no reason. The young foreigner who had just boarded the ship needed both a rigorous Confucian scholar and a wandering sword immortal. So, today, there was a big difference between handing over a book from the Confucian annals or a book from a Daoist scripture shop. Otherwise, if it wasn't for Xiao Baozhuan's interference, it wouldn't have been a big deal to hand over a famous book. However, this young shopkeeper, who only asked for the 2 words Haoyang and not the blade-strengthening gourd, was now standing outside the shop. Although he was apologizing, there was a smile on his face. Chen Pingon and the others returned to the stall of the bearded man. He squatted down and kept one of the books. He took out the other 4 books and stacked them on top of the cotton cloth stall. He held one in his hand. The 4 books all recorded a story about the gain and loss of the Bao. Chen Pingon then gave the last Daoist book with the least number of words to the story to the stall owner. Chen Pingon obviously wanted to choose this Daoist book as an exchange. As for the shopkeeper of the famous bookstore, he wasn't scheming against Chen Pingon. It was more like pushing the boat with the current. It was still up to the boatman to choose where to dock. Moreover, if it wasn't for the shopkeeper's reminder, Chen Pingon estimated that he would have to go through at least half of the city to get the answer. Also, Chen Pingon didn't take out the book from the Confucian Classics department. When Chen Pingon took out the 4 books, the man was relieved at first. However, when Chen Pingon took out the book from the Daoist Classics department, the man glanced at the book title and was stunned. He hesitated and didn't rush to take the book. He asked with a puzzled face, "Young master, have you never been to the famous bookstore?" Chen Pingon smiled, "I have, but I couldn't buy the book. It doesn't matter. Moreover, I have to thank someone. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to sell a book from the famous bookstore. I might even feel sorry for the shopkeeper who I have admired for a long time." In the weapons store not far away, Scholar Du was leisurely drinking wine behind the counter. He had a strange smile on his face. Which branch of the Confucian temple did he come from? At such a young age, he was already so good at talking. At least, the old man Fu Xing who had visited Chicken and Dog City twice and traveled around the city wouldn't be able to teach such a student. The man nodded and took the book. Even if he was no longer in the Jianghu, he still had the morals of the Jianghu. The man looked at the other 3 books on the ground and smiled. "Then let me tell you 3 small things that don't break the rules. First, Jing Man was guarding the chariot. Then, I obtained the Chu Earth treasure Bao. Therefore, in this city, my name is Jing Chu. You can call me Zhang San. The small Bao on the ground isn't of low quality. I would like to congratulate young master here. When the man said until here, Pei Qian was in high spirits. In the past, when he was reading those novels with Sister Bao Ping and Li Huai, he had seen this bearded hero with the name Zhang San. Moreover, this Jianghu Senior had a donkey to ride on. However, those books were all unofficial histories and Jianghu romances. At that time, Pei Qian and the other two thought that this bearded man was a fictional character. Of course, the man didn't know what the little girl was thinking about. He just said, "The lady of Kongtong from Benmo City, I have a feud with the vice-castellan she serves." Lord Feng said that the lady of Kongtong was from Dianjing City. Of course, he purposely lied to you. Lord Feng and Castellan Shao must have secretly reached an agreement. Chen Pingon smiled. Previously, I went to Niaoju Mountain to catch up with old immortal Feng. I already knew about this. Castellan Shao must be afraid that I would immediately rush to Benmo City and ruin his plans. He wouldn't be able to obtain the opportunity from the Lady of Kongtong. In fact, once Chen Pingon found Xiao Baowan, it wouldn't be an opportunity. As for why Xiao Baowan, as a castellan, seemed to be very fearless in Wuji City. Why was he so worried that he would make a move in Benmo City? Chen Pingon didn't know for the time being. He really couldn't guess. Benmo City, putting the cart before the horse. Neglecting the essentials. What's more, he only talked about the famous scholar's sleeves and talked about the metaphysical nature. There were also countless analyses of the two words Benmo. Chen Pingon was a complete layman to these. The foundation of Benmo City, compared to Wuji City, where one would know the truth by just listening to it, and the truth could be verified by a few more glances at the bookstore, was much more bizarre. So what was the explanation? Only God knows. The man continued, the 12 cities all have another name. For example, Benmo City is also known as the Absurd City. The people and things in the city are even more absurd than the Hanging Arch City where the emperors and monarchs of the past dynasties gathered together. After the three things were said, the man actually didn't need to ask Chen Pingon one thing to decide the gain or loss of the Bao. Because the book that Chen Pingon handed over was a choice in itself. It was the answer. Beyond the expectations of the bearded man, Chen Pingon took out another book. However, he didn't put it on top of the 3 stacked books on the cotton cloth. Instead, he put it on the side alone. That Zhang San looked down at the book and then looked up at the little girl in black standing in the basket. He immediately smiled and said, "Then let's talk about one more thing. If Gongzi really goes to Benmo City, you need to be careful and at ease." Chen Pingon couldn't stop him and had to give up. In fact, he originally wanted to ask which city Xiao Baowan was the castellan of. Otherwise, it would be good to ask how to get to Benmo City. That way, he could ignore the eviction order of Benmo City's Li Shilang. Benmo City wanted to drive people away but didn't tell them how to leave the city. This was very disloyal. There was no such way to treat a guest in the world. The man picked up the small Bao. Chen Pingon picked up the 4 books on the cotton cloth and put them into his heaven and earth sleeve. Then, he took the ancient Bao that was recorded in the history book, which was used to shoot a flood dragon in the Cloud Dream Nursery. However, he put it into his sleeve and did not hide anything close to him. The man didn't care about this. Instead, he had a look of appreciation. Walking in Jianghu, how could one not be careful? He squatted down and grabbed the 2 corners of the cotton cloth. He casually wrapped the items and held it in his hand. He then took out a book and handed it to Chen Pingon. He smiled and said, "The wish has been fulfilled. The cage has been broken. These items, Gongzi can rest assured and accept them. Otherwise, they will be turned over to the city. What do you say?" 772, Chen Pingon found a bustling inn to settle down. he still needed to pay with gold and silver. The three of them stayed for 3 days and spent a total of 2 taels and 8 chien of silver. The waiter took out the scale and cut the silver with a small pair of scissors skillfully. When Chen Pingan saw this item, he couldn't help but think of the Yang family's shop in the early years. Other than being used to cut silver, it was also used to weigh some expensive and rare herbs. Therefore, when Chen Pingan was young, every time he saw the shop assistant taking out this item to weigh some herbs, he would carry a large basket on his back and stand under the tall counter. He would purse his lips tightly and grab the rope on his shoulders with both hands. His eyes would be especially bright, and he would only feel that half a day's hard work, wind, sun, rain, and so on, was nothing. His thoughts were chaotic and he could not control them. Because the scale in front of him was a scale, Chen Pingan thought of the light scale and the measurement of the world today. Naturally, he remembered the group of Qi cultivators that Song Jisun mentioned at the Great Blasphemy Temple. The scales, ebony poles, and several small copper weights on the counter of the inn were obviously ordinary items at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, after Chen Pingan glanced at them, he realized that they were the same as the books in Entry City. They were not real objects, so he didn't think too much about it. Pei Qian had a set of scales herself. 2 of the weights were engraved with "Never lose money" and "Only earn money" for her. Therefore, at this moment, it was as if they were related, like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Pei Qian paid more attention than Chen Pingan and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, she whispered to Chen Pingan, "Master, this set of scales uses a curled horn pole. Ordinary people can't afford to use it." Chen Pingan laughed in his heart. Most likely, it is an item from a wealthy family that has fallen into the hands of the common people. Unfortunately, no matter how expensive the material is, it is an illusion. We can't take it away. Pei Qian nodded. She thought for a while and asked, "There is a small line of words on the scale. Shanyang is generous, the palace treasury is respectful. Master, is there a saying here?" Chen Pingan shook his head. "I don't know, but since it is made by the palace treasury, it must be an item of the palace. I just don't know the specific dynasty." Pei Qian asked, "Master, after we settle down in the inn, I will go to the bookstore alone to find out what is Shanyang is generous." Chen laughed. But Pei Qian was willing to explore. "Chen." He nodded. Chen Pingan asked for 2 rooms from the inn, one for himself. After taking a seat in the room, he opened the cotton package and placed it on the table. Pei Qian bade farewell to his master and left the inn alone. He ran to the bookstore in Entry City to examine the origin of the strange inscription, "Generosity of the Mountain Sun." Xiaomi ran into the house and placed her beloved green bamboo cane on the table. She was at Chen Pingan's side, standing on the bench and accompanying the good mountain chieftain to look at the treasures he had picked up. The little girl was a little envious and asked if she could play with them. Chen Pingan was flipping through the booklet given by the bearded man. He smiled and nodded. She wasn't interested in the scrolls or paperweights at all. In the end, she began to admire the narcissus basin that she had taken a liking to long ago. She raised both of her hands up high and exclaimed in admiration. She even used her face to rub against the slightly cool porcelain basin. It was really cool. Chen Pingan opened a page of the booklet and smiled. "If you like it, I will give it to you. But let me say it first. The basin is fake. You can't take it away. You can only stay on the ferry for a few days. Don't be sad." This porcelain basin had a good origin. In the booklet given by the bearded man, it was known as a narcissus cultivation cave. The bottom number was 800 water descendants. It was a bit like a relative of the small gilded water tank. It could be regarded as a natural water residence. It was similar to the water hall and dragon boat that Lu Zhongruan secretly salvaged with the help of Zhu Lian in his early years on Pearl Island. Unfortunately, the Narcissus Basin was also a kind of illusion refined by the immortal master. Xiaomi held the Narcissus Basin and shook her head hard. I just like it, so I want to take a few more glances. Even if the basin is real, I don't want it. Otherwise, if I take it to Luopa Mountain, I will be worried about thieves every day. It will delay my patrol. Chen Pingan repeatedly flipped through the booklet. There was not much content and he had nothing to do. According to the booklet, there were many detailed records of these objects. Not only the Narcissus Basin, but also the bundle of dead plum blossom branches, the ebony paperweight of Shu Yi, as well as the strangely shaped moon fishing vessel and the dressing scroll. They were all just one of the links in the clues of opportunity. They were only used as a bridge to connect the other two things. In the bag shop of the bearded man, Chen Pingan actually only had one Cloud Dream Pine ancient bow. It was a genuine object and had already been obtained by Chen Pingan. However, its rank was still hard to determine. Moreover, Chen Pingan felt that this bow was a bit troublesome. As for the small gilded water jar that was used as the gate C in the palace, it was given to Xiao Baowan by the Taoist priest Green Ox for some reason to not break the rules. After that, it was a real opportunity. In the Chuigong city where the emperors and monarchs gathered, Xiao Baowan could ask for a title, in a sense to turn the water jar into a real thing. The depth of the water in the water jar depended on Xiao Baojuan's ability to ask for a title with a certain emperor in the Chuigong city. On the booklet, it said that this object could complement the Dragon King basket. The Dragon King basket could suppress all the dragons in the world. However, the Gate C could use the dragon's breath as bait to raise all the aquatic creatures in the world. Raising them in the water jar was a kind of half-water on the mountain. One catch and one raise, it was seamless. Chen Pingan smiled. When we go back to the Mute Lake in the North Continent, we can stay there for a few more days. Are you happy? Xiaomi smiled from ear to ear, but said, it's just a so-so. I'm happy that the mouth of the bowl is big. She placed the daffodil bowl on the table, leaned on the table, and added, when we go back to Luopa Mountain, it'll be as big as the table. Chen Pingan joked, that senior brother Zhua of mine has a bad temper, especially toward strangers. It's hard to talk to him. Even with me, his junior brother, senior brother Zhua has never smiled. That's why I have a whole new level of respect for you. Xiaomi rested her chin on her arm and asked softly, good Mountain Lord, do you miss the Mountain Lord's wife? Chen Pingan couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, of course I miss her. Xiaomi's eyes curved as she said, I don't think so. Chen Pingan put down the booklet, picked up the ebony paperweight and played with it in his hand. He said as if he was joking, you have to make yourself not think that way so that you won't think that way. Do you think you'll miss her? Xiaomi frowned and said cheekily, if Mountain Lord says so, then so be it. Chen Pingan looked at the booklet. Actually, it was as if he had inherited Dragon-Bearded Guest's bag shop. He could also set up a stall on the ferry to welcome customers. Standing up and putting down the ebony paperweight, Chen Pingan took out a lantern-raising talisman. It floated in the air and slowly burned. Then, he walked to the window. Previously, there was a talisman in the booklet. When Dragon-Bearded Guest received the booklet, he was well aware of it. However, he still covered it up and didn't return it to Chen Pingan. This meant that Chen Pingan's actions didn't break the rules of the night ferry. After Dragon-Bearded Guest rode his donkey out of the city, the talisman and the booklet disappeared without a trace. If you don't hit a wall, you won't know where the boundaries of the rules are. After Chen Pingan boarded the night ferry, he still did as the Romans did. Generally speaking, he followed the rules. However, there were still some small things that he had to try. Actually, this was similar to fishing. One needed to set up a nest to lure the fish. One also needed to know the depth of the fish. Moreover, there was a lot of knowledge in fishing, and there was a lot of skill in fishing. At first, Chen Pingan's goal was very simple. It was to rescue all the cultivators on the ferry in the North Continent within a month, leave the night ferry, and return to Hauran together. However, on this city, Xiao Baowan had set up traps time and time again. Then, there was Li Shilang who treated his guests coldly. Chen Pingan really didn't believe in evil. Then, he arm wrestled and gave it a try. Chen Pingan counted silently in his heart. When he turned around, a lantern-raising talisman had just burned out. It was exactly the same as when he entered the city. There wasn't the slightest difference. Previously, on the path where the Taoist was conferred the title of monarch, the two of them met on a narrow path. Perhaps it was because Chen Pingan had always been very respectful towards the elder and had accumulated a lot of illusory luck. After a few rounds of back and forth, the two of them did not exchange any sword techniques or Dao techniques. After a round of friendly talk, Chen Pingan instead used a temporary hand-drawn drawing of the true shape of the 5 great mountains to make a deal with the Green Ox Taoist. The 5 mountains painting that Chen Pingan drew was extremely ancient in shape and style. It was quite different from all the 5 mountains paintings in the future. The true form of the 5 mountains painting was first obtained by the master of planting in the lotus flower blessed land. Later, it was handed over to Chao Qinglang for safekeeping. It was then placed in the lotus flower blessed land of the Luopa mountain. Of course, Chen Pingan wasn't unfamiliar with this. The Lord finally got what he wanted and was greatly gratified. The skinny old Taoist had a whole new level of respect for Chen Pingan, this young man who was like a lucky star. When she was copying the poems one by one, old chef was at the side eating melon seeds. He patiently answered Xiaomi's questions about the words in the poems, how to read them, and what they meant. Xiaomi asked old chef, "Did you copy all these from books?" Old chef said no, they were all ideas he came up with on the spot. He was in a hurry, and it was a side branch of learning. At that time, Xiaomi was anxious. She said don't implicate the good mountain lord and her and get looked down by others. Old chef said no, he didn't. He even said that when he was in his hometown, many people said that his poems were fished out from the moon in the water, plucked from the willow at the ferry, and picked up from the wine jar. Therefore, they were still a little heavy. He was able to do as he pleased, but it was a divine language that many famous poets yearned for. Xiaomi was skeptical, but in the end, she still believed old chef's words. That night, under the light on the table, the little girl was copying the words while swinging her legs. Old chef was eating melon seeds while talking endlessly. That was why Luopa Mountain was so popular with Zhou Mili. Even though the good mountain lord was often not at home, there was still Pei Qian, old chef, Sister Wanchu, and Jing Qing. To this cave-dwelling realm right guardian of Luopa Mountain, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was also a very good place. In Zhou Mili's heart, it was the 3rd best place in the world after Luopa Mountain and Mute Lake. One was a hometown where she had many friends, the other was a small hometown in the Jianghu, and the other was a place where she, the Mute Lake water monster, accidentally became famous in both worlds. Chen Pingan stretched out his hand and gestured to Xiaomi, who was standing on the stool. When we go out and walk the Jianghu, we have to be steady and reserved. Xiaomi sat down on the bench and leaned on the table again. She was a little worried. She frowned and said softly, "Good mountain lord, I don't seem to be able to help at all." Outside Luopa Mountain, at this point, the black-clothed little girl scratched her head and refused to continue. She was just a little embarrassed. Some people said that she was just a cave-dwelling realm cultivator with an unknown background. It was simply a big joke for a little monster to become the mountain protector of Luopa Mountain. In fact, she was quite sad for many years, because those rumors were true. She was just afraid that Sister Wanshu and the others would be worried, so she pretended that nothing happened. Chen Pingon smiled and reached out to rub Xiaomi's head. He guessed roughly and asked tentatively, "Did someone say that your realm was not high, so they laughed at you and talked behind your back?" After returning to Luopa Mountain, no one really told Chen Pingon about this matter. It was such a big matter, and no one had said anything. He had to remember this. From Cui Dongshan to Pei Qian, to Old Chef, and Chen Lingjun, none of them could escape. Only little Nguan Shu, he could forget about it. Xiaomi nodded and said carefully, "Good Mountain Lord, it's not that I'm afraid of carrying the burden. I carry the golden carrying pole every day to secretly remind myself that the responsibility is big. It's just that it's such a big official, why don't we change it to someone else? I think Jing Qing is not bad. He also likes to be an official. I think it's quite suitable for him to be the mountain protector. It'll sound better if word gets out. After all, Jing Qing is in the nascent soul realm." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Let him be the mountain protector of Luopa Mountain. No matter how bold our Master Qin is, he wouldn't dare to have such an idea. Moreover, Lingjun is even more unwilling to compete with you for this official title." Ches Dun Mountain was also where Wei Pai, the mountain lord of the North Peak, had made his fortune. As for the water god of the embroidery river, due to her connection with the ghost in wedding clothes, she was no stranger to the Gu family of Mud Bottle Ali and Chen Pingon, so there should be no accidents. Coupled with the water god of the Iron Talisman River, Yang Hua, she also had some very complicated grievances with Chen Pingon. It was possible to say that the little person who came to Luopa Mountain regularly for roll call even originated from the Xingwang Pavilion of the province. As a result, only the Jade Nectar River remained in the vast territory of the Dragon Province. The other mountain and river organizations all had extremely complicated ties with Luopa Mountain. Pei Qian immediately became embarrassed. Chen Pingon, who had not thought too much about it in the beginning, immediately thought about it a little more. Glancing at his first disciple, Pei Qian's eyes darted around. It was exactly the same as when she got caught by Chen Pingon when she caused trouble when she was young. Xiaomi was confused in a hurry. Afterwards, she played dumb. "Why do we want to go to Red Candle Town together? Is there any other reason?" "Yep, that's a question the size of a melon seed." Didn't I give you the answer earlier?" The good mountain lord has a rather bad memory. "Actually, it's just that I don't have a lot of money in my pocket, so I can't afford melon seeds." At this point, the little girl couldn't make up any more stories. She could only bitterly turn to look at Pei Qian. Pei Qian had no choice but to use voice transmission to tell his master about the Jade Liquid River incident. He talked about how Chen Lingjun brought out the Dragon King basket, how Old Chef punched the water god, and how little senior brother visited the underwater residence. Of course, the water god did take the initiative to apologize in the end. However, Pei Qian couldn't help but talk about the scene of Xiaomi strolling alone on the mountain. Xiaomi was really heartless. While walking on the mountain path, she casually grabbed a handful of green leaves and stuffed them into her mouth. Looking left and right, she didn't see anyone. Then, she chewed on the leaves to disperse the stains. From beginning to end, Pei Qian didn't deliberately hide anything. She also didn't exaggerate. Everything was just the truth. After Chen Pingon heard it, he nodded and said, "Got it." He pretended not to hear Pei Qian's explanation and rubbed Xiaomi's head. He smiled and said, "In the future, when we return to our hometown, we can go to Red Candle Town together. We can also visit the ancestral temple or the underwater residence." Xiaomi smiled and continued to play with the daffodil bowl. Pei Qian took out several books. Each book had a foldable page. He said, "Master, I've found the root of the problem. It's that Lu Qingui. He's from Shenyang. There are many records of official history and government records. There are records of this person under famous officials, literary circles, water conservancy, and many other entries. However, the length of the records isn't very long. According to the records, it seems that this person was the first to enter the money into the Li when it came to the matter of the imperial concubine. He made this kind of measuring instrument more accurate." Chen Pingan began to flip through the books. Because Pei Qian had a foldable page, he flipped through the pages very quickly. It seemed that this scholar, Zhu Lian, and the Yellow Flower Monastery's third prince Lu Mao were all people of the same path. They were proficient in all kinds of calculations and regulations. When Chen Pingan saw the entry of the monastery, he found that this person had been appointed by the imperial decree to build the jade-clear Zhaoying Palace and served as the deputy. Other than that, the emperor also sent Lu Qingui to supervise the transportation of resources. This person had once opened up a waterway. Chen Pingan understood in his heart. He instantly understood why he met the imperial concubine at the inn and why he almost missed the opportunity. Chen Pingan's affinity with water and the few calculation books in his possession could be one of the clues. However, the Daoist book that was given out in the city today was most likely the reason why he didn't recognize the imperial concubine. If Pei Qian didn't insist on reading the book, Chen Pingan definitely wouldn't have cared about the imperial concubine. He wouldn't have seen any inscriptions on the scales. Pei Qian had a complete set of imperial concubine, which was another karma and opportunity that belonged to her. Therefore, she could see the inscriptions. That Yunmeng Changsong Bao was indeed a hot potato. Could it be said that many of the karma veins that were illusory and dispensable in the vast world would be greatly highlighted on the night boat? For example, the Green Ox Daoist priest, Zhao Qing, who rode an ox cart out of Lizhu Cave, the old master of Donghai Taoist Temple, and the Five Mountains true form painting of the lotus flower blessed land. Pei Qian had read about the Jianghu story of the bearded man and the lame donkey in the romance. When Pei Qian was young, she longed to have a donkey to travel the Jianghu with. Mr. Wusong of the weapon shop, Bai Ye's celestial sword, Tai Bai's sword, night traveling sword. Pei Qian looked at her master who was deep in thought and asked softly, "Is there trouble?" Chen Pingan came back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. "On the contrary, it has solved a big doubt in your heart. There are already some clues about the way this fairy operates." Originally, Chen Pingan had already been overwhelmed by the mess in Entry City, overshadowing some of his previous ideas. Now, he was more and more certain that the key to this night boat was the scholar who was talking loudly in the night, especially the monk who was traveling on the same boat and stretched his legs out in the boat. And the boatman who no one would think too much about. Chen Pingan flipped open the booklet given to him by the bearded man and slowly pondered. There were a total of 12 cities on the night boat. Among them, there were 4 upper cities. Then, there should be 4 middle cities and 4 lower cities. Other than the city master Li Shirlang, there was also a deputy city master. The other cities should be more or less the same, with a main and a deputy city. In a city with countless kings, there was the cool summer resort at the north foot of Mount Li, which hid the next opportunity related to the scroll. The chicken and dog city where the Pine Mist Protectorate General Long Bin was at hid clues about the Guangling rest stop chart. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's better to have no books than to believe in books." Pei Qian asked, "Master, what did Qiuzi say?" In fact, Pei Qian didn't understand why Li Shirlang only wanted to talk about this. His master said that this item was an illusory item. What was the meaning of gain and loss? But to say that a city lord deliberately cheated them of their money, it didn't seem to make sense. That was too boring and despicable. Chen Pingon explained, the value of the mace doesn't lie in the actual mace itself, but in the scale that Lu Qinggui painstakingly engraved, as well as the scales of various sizes. If you meet someone who knows what's what, it will become valuable, very valuable. Even if you can't take it away, QOZ will be fine. Master can also help you to accurately draw the scale spacing according to the original standards, and then sew and restore those slightly worn scales. That's why Li Shilang reminded you like this. Chen Pingon hesitated for a moment, and said to Pei Qian seriously, but this is your opportunity to earn money. Whether you fight for it or not, it's fine. Pei Qian said without hesitation, then forget it, I'm too lazy to make another trip. Zhou Mili immediately said, Pei Qian, I still have a lot of gold ingots and silver ingots in my pocket. Heroes are just waiting for my order to go out and show off their skills. Don't worry about not having enough money. Pei Qian pinched Mili's cheeks, that's not the case. Chen Pingon asked Pei Qian to stay in the room and walked out alone. At the inn's counter, he saw a group of people. He was a little surprised, because like him, they were obviously foreigners who had just boarded the ship not long ago. A young Confucian scholar with a bookcase on his back was calm. He had a scholar's jade pendant on his waist. Chen Pingon was no stranger to it. Zhong Kuei and the gentleman from the Great Wall of Sword Qi also had it. The style was the same, but the seal characters were different. The Confucian scholar was discussing with the shop assistant how to buy and sell QOZ. In addition, there was a young Taoist priest with a peachwood sword on his back. Beside him stood a young monk, carrying a Buddhist shrine covered with cloth. It was the accompanying Buddha. The young Taoist priest looked particularly handsome and elegant. He was laughing softly with his companion, the little monk, and said, I heard that there is a guy in the city on this ferry who claims to be the reincarnation of some Buddha. He must be a heretic without a doubt. Should we leave the bookworm aside and slay the demon? The young monk was silent. When the three of them saw Chen Pingon, they were not surprised. Chen Pingon's attention was more on an old man with a sword standing not far away from the inn. He was undoubtedly a sword immortal, and could even be an immortal. The young Taoist priest with the peachwood sword had already retracted his hand into his sleeve. He pinched his fingers and did a mental calculation. Then, he immediately shuddered. His fingers felt as if they touched burning charcoal. He smiled bitterly and took the initiative to apologize to Chen Pingon, I'm sorry for my rudeness. This place is really too strange. Everyone is strange. I'm trembling all the way. Please don't let me pass. It was indeed strange. Although they had special identities and duties, so they could pass unimpeded on this ferry, but if they wanted to change cities, they still needed to solve a riddle and pass through layers upon layers of checkpoints. There was no shortcut. Fortunately, this fellow Yuan Yen seemed to know everything, so he was able to break through like a hot knife through butter. In the end, he was able to peel away the silk from the cocoon and follow the network that was constantly becoming clearer, all the way to this entry city that was the most difficult for outsiders to enter. Otherwise, this noble from Mount Longhu Celestial Master Residence felt that even if he had a life-saving talisman, he wouldn't be able to leave for at least 70 to 80 years if he were to travel alone on this ferry. He would obediently wander around like a ghost going around a wall. At most, he would go on a sightseeing tour. Those few cities were actually as big as the mountains and rivers of a dynasty. On the way, someone would hold a lantern with the words, 3 Great Emperors written on it. It was red and black and hung above the door. It could be used to resolve misfortune. Some people used small incense sticks to offer candles. They prayed with every step they took until they reached the top of the mountain. There was a long-faced man who sold wine. Once he drank too much, he went crazy with the bookkeeper of the wine shop. He said that he would exterminate 10 generations of his family. There was a crazy man named Bujuan. He held a bunch of burnt bamboo slips in his hand. He asked everyone he met if they could fill in the words. They would definitely reward him handsomely. There were courier riders who set off from the capital. They whipped their horses and whipped their horses. They posted imperial edicts on the snow-white walls of the courier stations and roadside pavilions. It complemented each other with poems inscribed on the walls by the traveling officials. There were also sedan bearers who were drenched in sweat during the day. They gambled in the middle of the night and did not know what fatigue was. This made the officials who were reading at night in the side rooms shake their heads. Especially in the Benmo city in front of the city of entries, the young Taoist priest was at the edge of a large river with rolling yellow sand. He saw with his own eyes a large group of officials who came from a clear background being thrown into the rolling river by armored warriors like dumplings. However, there was a scholar standing in the distance with a happy smile. Chen Pingan nodded in greeting and smiled. "It's fine. We're just watching the fun and not joining in." Magnanimous. The young celestial master of Mount Longhu praised the green-clothed man. Then, he gently tapped the young monk's shoulder with his elbow. "You guys are chatting so well. Why don't you say a few words?" The young monk continued to practice silent meditation. However, he glanced at Chen Pingan. The young monk put his palms together. Chen Pingan returned the greeting. The Confucian scholar spent a few taels of silver to buy the steward from the inn. The young Taoist priest asked, "How is it?" The Confucian scholar shook his head. "It's not much. It's better than nothing." The three of them walked out of the inn. The old sword immortal on the street silently followed the three young people to the city gate. However, this time, they were different from the monk carrying the load and the donkey-riding bearded man. They were escorted by the patrolling cavalry. Moreover, as the deputy city lord, there were more restrictions than the bearded man who set up a stall, and it was more difficult to leave the city. There were countless books in Taima City. Astronomy, geography, the 3 religions and 9 schools, and 100 schools of thought. Human relations, military politics, alchemists, magic, and regulations. Ghosts and monsters, rare treasures, plants and flowers. From the beginning, there were only 4,000 entries on the night boat, and now there were more than 4 million entries. Li Sherlang suddenly said, "If you really don't want to be the deputy city lord, the young woman beside him may be an opportunity, maybe your only chance." The white-haired old scholar shook his head and said with a smile, "The taboo of the wine table is to persuade people to drink. Wouldn't that spoil the mood?" Li Sherlang said angrily, "This kind of unromantic young man, it would be strange if he could find an immortal companion. No wonder they are separated by the heavens, serves him right." The old scholar said with a smile, "The scene in that travel book of mountains and rivers is not an ordinary scene under the moon." Li Sherlang said, "It would be good if that was the case. With such a temperamental person in the book, I would give him a mountain certificate for free. Not to mention a pavilion, I would even give him a mustard seed garden." The old scholar said, "That mountain certificate from before was not given by Li Sherlang for free. He earned it with his own ability. Friendship is friendship, and the truth is the truth." Li Sherlang was helpless. He looked at the small pavilion and said with a sigh, "What a pity about this pavilion." In Chicken and Dog City, beside a large river, a laurel man was walking slowly. Not far from the shore, there was an academy. There was also a stone tablet on the shore with the words, "Place of Inquiry," inscribed on it. In the middle of the billowing river, there was a large rock that was the heart of the water. Long Bin asked softly, "City Lord, when that white-robed monk traveled on the ferry, he only left this thing on the boat, saying that he was waiting for a fated person. Could it be that Chen Pingan? A sword immortal and a scholar, it doesn't seem to be related." The Laurel Man said with a smile, I can't say. If I say it, it won't be true. Longbin glanced at a male retainer who was following them from afar and asked carefully, could it be that you want to ask for a sword? The Laurel Man said, we'll talk about it later. In the White Ice City, also known as the Useless City, in a rural area, the lord who left the Useless City rode on an ox with a long sword hanging from its horn. The old Taoist sang loudly as he held a watermelon in his arms. He said that the green ox Taoist could prolong the life of someone who was about to die. Taoist Master White Deer was already a withered skeleton. In the end, he was hit by a bunch of naughty children in the countryside with mud. He chased after him and beat him up, forcing the shameless thief to leave the watermelon behind. It was noisy and dusty on the road. The old Taoist rode on the ox's back, swaying. He stroked his beard and smiled. There was no other way. He had received the favor of others and was working for them. Suffering a little was nothing. In the White Ice City, there was a scholar standing on a bridge in the middle of the night. There was only one star in the sky like the moon. The scholar sighed slightly. He did not know when someone would be able to help the White Ice City break the Useless City. In the inn of the Useless City, the three of them sat at a table. Pei Qian was copying books while Xiaomi was eating melon seeds with the good person Mountain Lord. Chen Pingan tapped the table lightly with 2 fingers and suddenly said, that Qin something girl from before, Pei Qian finished writing a sentence and stopped writing. He looked up and blinked. I don't know her name. Maybe I've never seen her before. Anyway, I can't remember. Chen Pingan nodded. Xiaomi said, she's called Jasper. I know. And those 2 books. I remember them. Wait, let me think. Don't be impatient. Xiaomi stopped eating melon seeds. She crossed her arms and frowned. She started to think seriously about the titles of the 2 books. Chen Pingan threw a glance at Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately smiled at Xiaomi. Why are you thinking about this? It's not like that. Xiaomi was at a loss. Pei Qian raised his pen and made a gesture. Xiaomi looked at Pei Qian and then at the good person Mountain Lord. She sighed. All right. I can't remember. Pei Qian continued to copy books while Xiaomi continued to eat melon seeds. Only Chen Pingan walked to the window and looked at the night sky with his back facing them. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiaomi was about to say something when Pei Qian raised his head and continued to copy books. However, his eyes signaled Xiaomi not to speak. Xiaomi could only continue eating melon seeds. The 12 cities on the night boat. How could it be compared to the Ascension City? Chen Pingan suddenly raised his head and muttered, am I dreaming? The vast world was split open by a sword. Someone wielded a sword and ascended to this place. The Ascension Realm sword cultivator followed the guidance of the sword tip. The lady's aura was like a rainbow. She rode her sword straight to the vast ocean between the North Continent and the Aquarius Continent. Then, she casually cut open the restriction. In an instant, she landed at the boundary of the White Ice City. Even the city lords of the 12 cities on the night boat sensed this shocking phenomenon. However, without exception, no one took the initiative to provoke the aggressive lady. The green ox Taoist was the most pitiful because he was the closest to the Lady Sword Immortal. The skinny and short old Taoist was stunned. He looked at the young lady in front of him. Ascension Realm Sword Immortal. The old Taoist forced a smile and pretended to be calm. He asked, who are you? The lady reached out and grabbed the sword that was hanging on the ox horn mountain. She squinted her eyes and asked the Lord, where's Chen Pingan? 773. It turned out that she was looking for that brat who was good at doing business. It was a waste of talent if he didn't become a disciple of a merchant. The ox Taoist heaved a sigh of relief. It was just stealing a watermelon, there was no need to be struck by lightning. The old Taoist threw away the watermelon in his hand like a dog gnawing at a watermelon. His expression changed from calmness to realization and then to joy. It was natural and smooth, without any pretense. "Miss, are you talking about that fellow Taoist Chin? He's a close friend of mine. Despite the difference in age, our friendship is solid. Although we met by chance, we're very close. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Chin wouldn't have handed this sword to me for safekeeping and traveled to this useless city together to open up a path for him. On this small path in this white city village, the Ascendant Realm sword cultivator who cut open the night boat's restriction was carrying a sword case with 2 swords in it. A woman was traveling at night with a long sword in her hand. She was Ning Yao, who ascended from the 5th world to Howren. First, she broke through the realm and killed an ancient deity with her sword, accumulating a lot of merit. Then, she opened the sky with her sword and ascended to Howren. Following the clue of one of the 4 immortal swords, Tai Bai's sword point, she finally found this strange fairy. However, she didn't expect to not see that guy, but an old Taoist riding an ox with a sword hanging on his horn. Subconsciously, Ning Yao thought that he was trapped on the ferry. However, she thought about it again. Even the Great Wall of Sword Aura and the savage world couldn't trap him. How could he be detained by a pretentious fairy? Why couldn't that guy be like a fish in water? However, she was still worried because she didn't see him with her own eyes. Ning Yao frowned. This is the useless city. Then where is he? If that guy was traveling on this ferry, who did he meet? What kind of tricky situation did he have to hand over his sword to someone else? Or did he return to his old business, being a burden dealer while scheming against someone? In the Ascendant Realm's Quan Mansion, they were only missing a portrait of their ancestor. The old Taoist's expression changed again. Without any hesitation, he said righteously, "You little girl, I don't care who you are, what background you have, what backing you have. Why, do you want to seek revenge against Taoist Chen and ask for a sword fight? Then don't blame me for relying on my age to help fellow Taoist Chen take on this matter." He didn't mention anything about Sword Immortal or Ascendant Realm. He could only assume that his eyesight was lacking and that he couldn't tell at all. Ning Yao smiled and asked, "Senior, are you sure you can handle this?" That fellow had clearly returned to the vast heavens. If he was still in his hometown in the Aquarius continent, it would have been fine. But now, it seemed that he had gone to the North continent. Why was he so free? The old Taoist's expression changed again. He didn't need to judge the situation and changed the topic again. He sighed with emotion and said, "I'm an outsider after all, so it's not good for me to get involved in the affairs of you young people. Allow me to take advantage of my seniority and give you a piece of advice. If you really have some misunderstanding with my little fellow Taoist Chin, it will be fine as long as both sides talk it out. Don't let a good marriage in this world be delayed by not talking about it." Ning Yao smiled. Sure enough, he was a kindred spirit of that fellow. The old Taoist priest's eyes were shrewd and ruthless. He immediately felt relieved. As expected, they were the Taoist companions of the young couple on the mountain. Little fellow Taoist Chin is lucky. On the ferry, these cultivators who were able to open up a different world, the so-called ascension and leaving as one's heart, could be real or fake. In the end, it was still a matter of borrowing. Moreover, if there was borrowing, there would be repayment. Both parties were willing. The rules were strict, and business was fair. However, they were most afraid of using a sword to break 10,000 laws, especially sword cultivators who could break the restrictions of heaven and earth. Previously, the female immortal, Tsongmi, almost fell into a trap on the ferry. If she didn't have an Immortal Realm sword cultivator by her side to protect her, who used his sword to open a path and forcefully left, Tsung-mi would have most likely capsized in a ditch. Generally speaking, Immortal Realm sword cultivators could come and go freely on the nighttime ferry. However, if they wanted to behave atrociously on the ferry, they still couldn't do it. This was because there was still an Immortal Realm sword cultivator on the ferry. His ending wasn't good. Now, he was still working as a waiter in Bento City. Fortunately, the sword cultivator's heart wasn't ordinary. After living under someone else's roof for more than 1,000 years, he didn't lose his mind. Moreover, this fairy indeed didn't welcome the most simple-minded sword cultivator in the world. In addition to his abundant sword chi and fierce swordsmanship, which made people afraid, his knowledge was often shallow, which was of little benefit to the fairy. He might even be inferior to a cultivator of the lower 5 realms from the 100 schools of thought. Little fellow Daoist Chen is now in Medusa City. The old Daoist stroked his beard and said with a smile, "It's just that this little girl, I'm not bluffing. With your swordsmanship, it's not difficult to board and disembark. However, it's really not easy to go through the doors between the many cities on the ferry. It's extremely difficult. You're like facing an Immortal Realm array master. You can only fall into a situation where you're in a disadvantageous position. Instead of opening a path with a sword and bumping around everywhere, it's better to let little fellow Daoist Chen take the initiative to find you." As long as that kid came to White City, it was equivalent to him taking back the long sword. This transaction would be considered even. What's more, this female Immortal Realm cultivator in front of him looked travel-worn and somewhat difficult to hide her tiredness from the previous journey. It was just that her pair of eyes still made people not dare to look directly at her. She was indeed the most difficult sword cultivator on the mountain. Her aura was sharp. On the contrary, little fellow Daoist Chen was pleasant when talking to others. When looking at others, his eyes were gentle, as if he was the opposite of this female sword cultivator. Probably because of this Immortal Realm sword cultivator's contrast, the old Daoist felt more and more that getting along with little fellow Daoist Chen was like a spring breeze. After Chen Pingon flipped out of the house, Xiaomi quickly jumped off the stool and ran to the window. She seemed to have realized that she was too short, so she had no choice but to return to the table and move a stool over. Standing on the stool, she stretched her neck and looked with all her might. Pei Qian walked to the window. Xiaomi asked softly, "Is the Hill Master's wife here?" Pei Qian leaned on the windowsill and nodded with a smile, "It must be Master's wife." Xiaomi whispered in Pei Qian's ear, "When I see the Hill Master's wife later, how many kowtows should I kowtow? Is 100 enough?" After Pei Qian returned home from his first trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Pei Qian was still not very tall. He was about the same height as Sister Wanshu. But every time he talked to Zhou Mili about the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Pei Qian would be extremely happy. He would tell her all sorts of strange things, as well as Pei Qian's great achievements in the pugilistic world. He even told her about a little girl called Guozhujiu. She was very tanned, even darker than charcoal. Moreover, she was much shorter than Xiaomi, but she was an extremely skilled bootlicker. When she kowtowed, she would kowtow to Pei Qian every time. However, that little girl nicknamed Lu Duan was a little silly. Her words were even more uncouth than Chen Lingjuan's, but she was actually quite a good person. She could be considered Master's disciple. After a while, Xiaomi remembered that little girl who was Pei Qian's junior apprentice sister. She also remembered that little girl's favorite habit of kowtowing. When Pei Qian heard Xiaomi's question, he immediately knew that something was wrong. If Master knew how he had talked about Guozhujiu behind his back when he was young, he would probably be in deep trouble. Those little account books of Master's were never written down. They were only in Master's heart. No one could flip through them or see them. Thus, Pei Qian first told Xiaomi that there was no need to kowtow. When she met Master's wife, she just had to remember to shout Mountain Lord's wife a few times. He also reminded Xiaomi that she did not recognize Guizhuzhou. Xiaomi scratched her face and said, "If I shout with all my might, my voice will be very loud. If I'm not careful, it will sound like thunder. What if I scare Mountain Lord's wife?" Pei Qian smiled and rubbed Xiaomi's head. "Master's wife is very powerful. She won't be scared by you." Xiaomi thought for a moment, how powerful. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. He looked at the twilight outside the window and gave an answer that did not seem to answer the question. "Without Master's wife, I wouldn't have met Master." Xiaomi suddenly stretched out her hand and patted Pei Qian's arm lightly. Because for some reason, the black-clothed young lady felt that Pei Qian seemed a little sad at this moment. It was neither too sad nor too sad, just a little. After Pei Qian grew up, she would often be like this. She would accompany her and sister Wanchu on Luopa Mountain. No matter if it was on the second floor of the bamboo house, at the stone table by the cliff, or at the railing at the peak of the mountain, as they sat and chatted, Pei Qian would suddenly stop talking. She would think about something and purse her lips. Moreover, she would straighten her back, as if she was looking at a place very, very far away. During those years when they were on the mountain, Pei Qian would occasionally raise her head and look at a very, very high place. However, her mood seemed to be in a very, very low place. Even if Xiaomi wanted to help, she couldn't pick it up and move it. Pei Qian would no longer roll up her sleeves and walk backward step by step along the green bricks on the ground before jumping off the cliff. She would no longer strut around the mountain with him. Pei Qian would no longer jump under a tree, grab onto a branch with both hands, and let him grab her feet to swing with her. There were many branches that Pei Qian would need to jump to grab in the past. Now, Pei Qian could grab onto them by tiptoeing. It had been many years since they had a battle of wits and courage with the hornet's nest on Chiduan Mountain. Many of the interesting things that happened when Pei Qian was short were like melon seeds in her pocket, gone the moment she ate them. Xiaomi gently patted Pei Qian's arm. Pei Qian turned her head, then lowered it slightly and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Xiaomi seemed to have picked up a melon seed from Pei Qian's sleeve with 2 fingers and tossed it into her mouth. "It's just a little worry, gone the moment I eat it." Pei Qian laughed, and Xiaomi laughed as well. At first, she was still a little reserved, but when she saw that Pei Qian was happy, Xiaomi immediately grinned from ear to ear. Pei Qian smacked her head and quickly walked to the table. She put away the scroll with the colorful note stuck on it. Xiaomi jumped off the stool and leaned on the table, laughing out loud. "I know. I've never seen it before. How can it be like this?" Pei Qian started munching on the melon seeds. Xiaomi leaned on the table and hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, she said softly, "Pei Qian, can you cultivate?" Pei Qian was puzzled. "Why are you asking this?" Xiaomi grinned and rested her round chin on the back of her hand. "I'm just asking." In fact, she was afraid that the next time she went on a long journey, she would only return home after many years. She was afraid that Pei Qian would not grow taller, but have white hair. Pei Qian smiled. "I've always been practicing the sword. It doesn't seem particularly difficult." Pei Qian hurriedly added, "You can't say such words to my master, can you?" Xiaomi was elated. "Do you know? Chen Pingan left the city where Li Shilang was overseeing and came to an unfamiliar city. Chen Pingan, who had traveled far, actually fell head first into the river. With a punch, the river was cut off, and the water boiled. Soon after, he entered the third city. There was a towering mountain blocking his way. Chen Pingan changed his sword technique and learned from Ding Ying and Pei Min. He used his finger sword technique, and the sword light burst out, splitting the mountain apart. In the next city, Chen Pingon rode the wind to a bridge in the clouds. On the bridge, there was a slender woman with a beautiful face who looked slightly bitter. When she saw Chen Pingon, who had crossed the boundary without permission, she became even more displeased. This woman's aura was astonishing. Countless pocket-sized scenes lingered around her like a little bird. There was a jade pendant by the lotus pond, an orchid boat ferry, and a flock of geese heading south. There was a temple with incense burning and a plaque with the words Lotus God Temple. There was a lush grass in front of the door, and the stars in the sky were rotating. There was a Rue Brain golden beast in the house with green smoke rising in spirals. For the 4 cultivators on the mountain, the distance of dozens of miles was just a hair's breadth away from where the sword landed. Yuan Yen said, "If I'm not wrong, it's Ning Yao from the Ascension City." The young Taoist had a playful look in his eyes. Did the two of them know each other? Yuan Yen could only explain with a smile. She left the Ascension City this time with a jade token from the Wen Temple. The young Taoist asked tentatively, did Ning Yao rely on accumulating merits to return to the vast world like Zhao Yao of the Wen Saints lineage? The old sword deity, who had always been taciturn, suddenly said, "She's already an Ascension Realm sword deity." The old man had unsheathed his sword and stood in front of the 3 young people to protect them. His main purpose was to protect the young Celestial Master and the young monk from the Celestial Master residence. As for Yuan Yen, the old sword deity did not need to worry too much. The young Taoist was shocked. How old is Ning Yao? She should be in her 40s at most. How can she be in the Ascension Realm? It was not strange for Ning Yao to become the first Jade Pure Realm cultivator in the history of the 5th world. Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple in the Aquarius continent entered the Jade Pure Realm in his 40s. It was not strange for Ning Yao to become the first Immortal Realm cultivator in the brand new world. It could be said that she was well prepared and blessed by the heavens. It was time for her to become the leader of the Sword Dao in the world. However, it would be strange if it was not strange for her to reach the Ascension Realm just like that. The young Taoist shook his head vigorously. He would never believe that Ning Yao was already in the Ascension Realm. The old sword deity said, Ning Yao's cultivation talent is too good. She has an immortal sword and the luck in the 5th world. It's not too difficult for her to reach the Ascension Realm. It's just that it's unexpected that she broke through so quickly. There were many discussions about whether Ning Yao could reach the Ascension Realm and reach the peak of the vast world. They all felt that it was not difficult. The only debate was how long it would take for Ning Yao to break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm. For example, the old sword deity from the central divine continent guessed that it would take about 80 years, which was not far from the estimation of the abacus plate. Only Fatty Yu, who was the banker and invited everyone to bet, was the most exaggerated, saying that it would take at most 30 years. Well, this time, Yu Panshui really killed him and made a lot of money. The 10 young people of the heavens and the 10 substitutes made a total of 22 people. Ascension City's Ning Yao, the Confucian scholar of the quasi-saint lineage, and the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Shi. As well as one of the substitutes, dream tourist of the Liuxia continent, the city lord of Appearance City, whose alias was Xiao Baowan. If it wasn't for the fact that Yuan Zhen had just left, there would have been 4 people on a night boat. And this Yuan Zhen was the Confucian scholar who won the debate against Li Baoping. The young Taoist turned to look at the old man and said with a smile, "Senior." The old sword deity knew what this kid wanted to ask and said indifferently, "I can't beat him, but I can barely escape." Sword cultivators of the same realm fought in pairs. The sword cultivators of the vast world were far inferior to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was common sense, and they had to admit it even if they didn't want to. Qi Tingji, who had already established a sect in the South Swirl continent, had confirmed this truth. Cutting down a Jade Realm cultivator was really like playing around. Not to mention that Ning Yao was now in the Ascension Realm. The young Daoist sighed. Scary, really scary. The West Garden Longlin Canal and Dongdu's Guanwen Palace Hall in absurd Tang City had a very rich collection of books, totaling more than 400,000 scrolls. However, the most precious books were never exchanged with Taimu City. Li Shilang could not do anything about it. Xiao Baowan glanced at Zhu Su. The lady of Kongtong turned her head and smiled, I won't keep you. Zhu Su's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. She put down the wine cup, covered her collar with one hand and picked up her shoes with the other. She slowly stood up and whispered affectionately, wouldn't it be better if you count me in? The lady of Kongtong turned a deaf ear. After Zhu Su's figure disappeared, Xiao Baowan opened his mouth and said, I am not asking Lady Wu for these precious books. I only have one request. I hope that Lady Wu can at some point open the city's restriction so that someone will not be bound by the great Tao of Benmo City and be able to wield his sword once. It will be enough to wield his sword 3 times against a passerby on the ferry. The lady of Kongtong frowned slightly. The person you want to kill is the green-robed sword immortal beside that young woman? Xiao Baowan nodded, that's him. The lady of Kongtong walked beside the white jade railing. She habitually stretched out a slender finger and gently touched her eyebrows. For a moment, it was difficult to make a choice. The young woman who held the mountain walking staff was actually able to look at her from a distance in absurd Tang City. This already surprised the lady of Kongtong. As for the person Xiao Baowan mentioned, it was the immortal realm sword cultivator who was detained by the night boat for 1,000 years. His surname was Wan Kun, and he was a jade craftsman. At this moment, he was still serving tea and water in a wine shop. The style of the Xiaoxia money in the vast world had been revised several times. In the end, they chose the casting standard of this jade craftsman. Moreover, among the 3 kinds of immortal money on the mountain, only the Xiaoxia money chose seal characters. It was started by Wan Kun, this recognized infatuated type. The reason why this famous jade craftsman who eventually became a sword immortal took the initiative to find the night boat and became an errand boy in Benmo City was, of course, to make the lady of Kongtong change her mind and continue their previous relationship. While the lady of Kongtong was hesitating, she and Xiao Baowan looked up at the sky almost at the same time. The sword light was like a rainbow, shining in all directions. In the end, the female sword immortal landed in the White City. The lady of Kongtong was in a daze and murmured, what an outstanding woman. Xiao Baowan was a little scared. Because he guessed the identity of the female sword immortal. Ning Yao, the leader of the 100 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was now the #1 person on the peak of the 5th world. The night boat itself was a wonderful immortal weapon. The cultivation base of the person overseeing the ferry was equivalent to an ascendant realm. The female immortal of Liuxia continent, Tsongo, and the sword immortal who found the ferry with her did not land on the boat with a sword. Like Chen Pingan, they first took the ferry and then docked on the night boat. However, Tsongo saw that the situation was not good. The sword immortal beside her had to open up a path with a sword. The night boat did not deliberately obstruct them. Xiao Baowan, as one of the 12 city lords, did not dare to say that he had seen the depth of the ferry under his feet. Xiao Baozhuan's figure suddenly flashed, and he left Bento City involuntarily. The lady of Kongtong immediately bowed, as a salute to someone from afar. The will of heaven was unpredictable. In Chicken and Dog City. On the bank of the river that Chin Pingan had passed by, the man Laurel brought Long Bin with him to the barrier's city gate. The city lord of Chicken and Dog City, with a slight thought, spread out a snow-white scroll like paper on the surface of the water. 70 to 80 seal sloughs of different sizes appeared one by one, with red and white seal scripts. The first seal slough was the Wine Immortal Poetry Buddha, the sword is eternal. It was used by the city lord of Chicken and Dog City, one of the upper 4 cities, to take the opportunity to tease city lord Huang of White City. Didn't the latter say that the immortals and Buddhas were vast and boundless? The man's waist hung in ancient jade with the seal script of Fulling Marquis. This was self-deprecating. The young man beside the city lord could not help but grin and laugh. This Mr. Chen is both elegant and vulgar. He can open a shop in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, sell wine to make money, and have the mind to carve so many seals. No foreign sword cultivator can do such a thing. The man Laurel laughed. I heard that after the 100 Sword Immortal Seal Manual, there is also the Phantom Sword Immortal Seal Manual. Now, not even 100 seals have been collected. There is still a long way to go. Long Bin said, if we can get 2 seals directly, we won't have to be so troublesome. The man shook his head and asked, looking at these seals, do you find any knowledge? Long Bin glanced at the seals on the river and said, in the Golden Stone Seal Manual, there are dozens of types of characters. But this Chen Pingon only uses a few seal scripts, adhering to the rules and regulations everywhere. No wonder Li Shilang thinks he is pedantic. And even the relatively rare folded seal script and bird bug script are rarely used. Is he worried that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi will not recognize them? Can't he sell the seals? And even the side of the seals are not written in cursive. It's as if he has never learned and does not know how to write at all. The man laughed. There are only 3 folded seal scripts. Beautiful idea prolongs life, a worried heart, and half-knowing ghost hits the wall. These are all meant to borrow the meaning of the words. They purposely took the complexity of the words to match the seals. Other than that, all the seals are easy to recognize. Why? Of course, it is because of this young hidden official's state of mind. He is pursuing a realm of knowledge that is just and right. He can stand firm anywhere. There is no threshold, so there is no need to pay attention to things like, when in Rome do as the Romans do. It is like saying something casually to people. People on the mountain will understand it, scholars will understand it, and people who have never studied will understand it. Long Bin bowed and praised, the city lord is wise. The man continued, but the reason why I value the Ying Sword Fairy Manual so much is not only because of the contents of the seals, but also because there is a hidden tug-of-war. It is too interesting. The man lifted his sleeves and made a gesture of writing with both hands. He poked lightly and smiled. Scholars are unable to study, and write books. Even the children in the village know how to write. What's so strange about that? However, this Chen Pingin's handwriting resembled a person. It was already very similar, but he still had to work so hard for nothing. From beginning to end, he was chasing after another person. Therefore, it was extremely interesting. I can even imagine a young man in a shabby alley practicing calligraphy. The further he goes, the more competitive he will be, as if his eyes are about to kill someone. The young man looked at the shedding water scroll on the water and said in surprise, there are so many ways. The laurel man put his hands behind his back and suddenly smiled. He said to himself, what an interesting person. There are the most number of single seals. There is the room of yearning. The heart is attached to the beauty, thinking of her. The regret of not being able to travel far, the sword hangs a long rainbow. Clear and bright. The young man dreams, and the wind and rain. A lifetime of bowing to the sword immortal. Behind the north, beautiful eyes look forward. The deer cry, the oriole flies, reluctant to part. The sword aura here is the longest in the world. The temple, the Taoist temple, the Taoist temple. The flowers and the moon are united, the immortal couple. The beauty of a woman in the world shames the three lanterns in the sky. There are no mountains or rivers, but it is the highest city in the world. The children are playing, the sword immortal is drinking. There are 300 oranges in the frost. I am not moved by the wind, the banner is not moved, the heart is not moved. The golden wind and dew, the spring grass and green hills, the two are compatible. The white egret stands in the snow during the day, the inking stone has no light at night. Who is at the top of the city? There are the most clouds in the world. The wild goose hits the wall. The fish turns into a dragon. Ask to be drunk, don't be drunk. The flowers and grass are lush. Climbing the city is like visiting a tomb, the sword is like offering wine. Resting in the big dragon cave of Yendang Mountain, in the dream of the third watch, the sky is full of stars, unable to sleep, barefoot jumping into the grass. The reincarnation of the Dingguang Buddha, the mortal of the Saha world. Hot pot and wine, I have the world. Winter bamboo shoots fried with meat. The wanderer, the person in the painting, the sweetheart. The fox talks nonsense. The books are not expensive, but they are hard to buy. The narrow path, everyone is wild. I will let you have one move. It is just a heavenly tribulation. The meaning is clear. It is just walking with an umbrella. Repenting is better than not doing wrong. Not knowing enough. I don't dare to climb the city with a sword, for fear of driving back the 3 moons. Why should I learn the sword? The sword supports the moon mountain. Which street does not have sword immortals? Those without flying swords are also sword cultivators. The great wall of sword energy can be arrogant. There were also pairs of imprint molds. You. Me. Inseparable. 2 hearts are connected. Bowing to the sky. The Tao illuminates the world. Generosity goes. Boundless returns. Pour a cup of wine for you. The sun and moon are in the middle of the cup. Past and present. They are all sword cultivators. Sword immortals were once young. Sword immortals were once young girls. The wine sold by the second shopkeeper is excellent. Drink if you don't believe it. It is indeed delicious. There are even imprints with marginal content. Marginal content, the road is muddy, the people are exhausted, heroes are not recorded in the books. The real famous person is not romantic, the big stone is upright in the sky. Imprint, so you are a gentleman. 1,000 credits are not as good as $800. Sincerity is hard to beat evil. Imprint, earning money is not easy, cultivation is very difficult. There are no accidents in the world, fighting for fame and profit is endless. Let me roll my eyes at you. Imprint, let's drink. Since ancient times, poets can't wait to kill the word love. Only I hate that love does not come and drink his mother's wine. Anger comes from the guts, smashing the book with a stick, smashing the graceful poem. Imprint, I am a lonely man. Without money, sword immortals have no wine to get drunk. The graceful beauty suddenly has autumn fat. Imprint, what should I do? The old friend is even more beautiful, generous and strange. The young man has a peak in his heart, suddenly stolen by the cloud. Imprint, careless. Hanging Arch City. Outside the main hall where the ancient mirror was placed, there was a lazy man sitting on the steps. His sword was across his knees, his body was leaning back, and his elbows were on the ground. Languid, he was looking into the distance. Under his feet was a white snake as thick as the mouth of a bowl. The white snake twisted its body and spoke human language, cursing, "Come and chop me, you bastard. You are so shameless. With your swordsmanship, how dare you draw your sword and chop me?" You can chop me to death. Why don't you let people write in the books that you killed all the flood dragons? The man raised his hand and picked his nose. He nodded and said, yes, 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 yes. Only then did the white snake calm down. It swayed its tail gently and said, these old and young are so annoying. It has been so many years, and they still haven't stopped. Just the old street, they can't afford white cranes, so they want to steal their neighbors' white geese every day. Why don't they do something about it? And that rakier, he squats at the door and watches Miss Lou every day. Every time his wife sees him, she rushes out with a kitchen knife, wanting to chop off the arms and legs of the women passing by. Is this reasonable? That guy called Quan Zhong, if he doesn't gather people to gamble, he spends money to buy people's hearts, forming cliques, and fighting with those old enemies in the nearby streets. He really has nothing better to do. He fights all day long. If you want to F***king fight, you should at least get a few weapons that can chop blood out. What's with the carrying poles and benches? Before the fight, you have to arrange the troops, and after the fight, you have to reward them according to their contributions and give them drumsticks. Are you messing with me? Ah. The more the white snake talked, the angrier it got. It opened its mouth and bit the lazy man's calf. The man felt a burst of pain. He pulled for a long time, but couldn't pull it off. Damn it, you haven't bathed for a few days. What's that smell? The white snake finally loosened its mouth and even spat on the ground. I don't even care to talk about those fellows in Wui Alley. And that Li guy, he has no grudges with your family's descendants for no reason. Both sides have been separated for so many years, and they have nothing to do with each other. He gave up on making money as a bodyguard and chose not to take the righteous path. He just had to find a way to arrange a battle. Two groups of paupers, together with those 30 or so horses, charged through the enemy's formation. Who are they trying to show off to? Are they crazy? Damn it, there are also some old bachelors and lechers. Look at how poor they are. Every day, they can drink a bowl of wine for half a day. They still have to spit on the side of the road and brag. They are competing to see who has slept with the most women. Besides, that guy named Ordinary, do you think he has a problem in his head? He only eats one meal a day, and then when he has nothing to do, he runs a few streets away to block people's doors. He insists that the guy he forced to commit suicide by swallowing gold return his gold to him. The man endured the white snake's incessant chatter and listened for a full 15 minutes. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He yawned, sat up, and said helplessly, "What else can I do if I don't make a ruckus like this? I have to find something to do." Each and every one of them, regardless of whether they were wise or incapable emperors, whether they were the founding emperors or the fallen emperors, were all people whose names would go down in history. In fact, the Hanging Arch City was mostly a quarrel between the emperor and his subjects. It was estimated that as long as the night ships were still there, the two sides would continue to quarrel. As for the fathers scolding their sons behind closed doors, and the ancestors scolding their unfilial descendants, there was no need to talk about it. Every family had its own difficulties to recite. The white snake raised its head and said angrily, "You have no eyesight at all. Hurry up and give me a pot of wine to drink. If you don't have good wine, cut your own thigh with a sword and let me deal with it." The man laughed, "When that immortal couple comes to our place as guests, I'll help you ask them for a few pots of genuine immortal wine." The white snake was silent, then muttered in a low voice, "You can't drink decapitation wine. When the time comes, don't just call him brother and treat him to some snake stew. The water is the rippling of the eyes, the mountain is the gathering of the eyebrows. If you want to ask where to go, go to the eyebrows and eyes." The man took a deep breath and pressed his hands on the scabbard. He laughed, being young and still alive really makes one envious. The white snake coiled up and asked, "You ignorant and incompetent person, when did you learn to talk about literature?" The man stretched and said, "Should we go see if there are any new nursery rhymes or go stroll around the pavilion of eternal peace?" The white snake sneered, "If you have the ability, go to the pavilion of Wu River." Otherwise, he would not have missed out on the opportunities of the Buddhist sect so many times and still not been able to obtain them. The middle-aged scholar asked, "Guess, after he entered the city, including you, how many words did he say to the locals of the ferry?" Xiao Baowan shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could he guess? The middle-aged scholar slowly walked to the edge of the mountain peak. "He is a foreigner, and you are half a foreigner, so it is just right. Others are not suitable for this." Whether or not Xiao Baojuan's three schemes succeeded or not was not important at all. The fairy did not expect that the city lord Xiao, who was one of the 10 young candidates, would be able to keep the hidden official, Qin Shi. It was not only the gap between the two sides, but also their temperament. What the middle-aged scholar needed was to use Xiao Baojuan's appearance in the city to pester him endlessly. He wanted the young hidden official to chat with people on the night boat, visit immortals, and fish for opportunities. The more, the better. The more Qin Pingan spoke on the night boat, the more words he involved, the more weight he had on the ferry. Every word was a nail, every sentence was a chain, and every opportunity was a small cage of thorns. In the end, when the young man thought about it, his heart would feel like it was being cut by a knife. This was the hospitality of the fairy. Ordinary people did not receive such treatment, and even immortals were not worthy. Therefore, there was a reason for making an exception to let Qin Pingan and the other two directly enter the city. The middle-aged scholar looked at the village path of the White City and smiled. Man proposes, God disposes. This is a bit troublesome. He smiled at Xiao Baowan. You have already found a way out, what are you afraid of? Longbin of the Chicken and Dog City kept calling him Mr. Qin and helped Marquis Fulling to ask for the seal slough, so you deliberately took the risk to expose Qin Pingan's identity as a hidden official. It is actually very wise, and it can dispel the other party's last hope. Besides, in the end, if you are really forced to confront him, you can pour all the dirty water on me. Here, take it as a promise, so there is no need to feel burdened. Xiao Baowan was silent. The owner of the ferry, Mr. Zhang, had the cultivation of the Ascendant Realm. This fairy was an immortal supreme treasure that ceaselessly rose in quality by relying on sewing and mending. Presently, it was already an immortal artifact. Moreover, on the night boat, the newest 4 cities would be opened in the near future. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Baowan had been so tirelessly running around recently. Moreover, Xiao Baojuan's biggest reliance was not the identity of the city lord of Beauty City. It was that every time he slept and woke up, he could leave his real body in the place of cultivation in the Liuxia continent, sleepwalk on the night boat, and change a certain mind time and time again. By repeatedly entering the dream, he added knowledge to the various cities on the ferry. Through this shortcut, he accumulated enough merit at an extremely fast speed to win the position of the city lord of Beauty City, one of the lower 4 cities. It was just that Xiao Baowan was still unable to determine whether Mr. Zhang was alive or dead, his true realm, his foundation of Tao, and his trump card. Everything was too illusory and too mysterious. On a night boat, there was an old saying that there was a house of gold and a book, 1,000 grains of rice, and a jade-like beauty. Moreover, everyone's knowledge could be used to exchange for money, which could allow the living immortals to extend their lives, piece together their souls, and refine the real into the illusory, so that a little bit of spiritual light would not dissipate. The middle-aged scholar looked at the distant sea of clouds. Xiao Baowan followed his gaze and found that it was the heaviest of the 12 cities on the night boat, Goose Feather City, also known as Question and Answer City. And this so-called heaviness was the kind of weight that could be bought for a price. The 12 cities on the ferry had always been divided into different sizes and weights. Even though Xiao Baowan was the city lord, he could not enter Goosefeather City. He only had some scattered rumors. It was completely different from the city that strictly adhered to the principles of seeking the truth in all matters, and Ning Ke does not write. Goosefeather City, as its name suggested, recorded countless trivial matters, both big and small. But because they were all old records outside the ferry, immortals would not be able to overturn them, so they were as light as a feather and insignificant. The files in the city were piled up like mountains. They recorded everything up and down the mountain, the court, the officialdom, the streets of Jianghu, and countless things. Some things had both a cause and an effect, but Goosefeather City never cared whether the effect was true or false. They never deliberately sought the truth. For example, an official document from the Yamen, a verdict from the local ancestral hall, or a fair statement from a famous Jianghu figure to settle a dispute would all be recorded. And some things, no matter how big or small, had no effect in the world, so only the word "no effect" was written at the end of the entry because it had no effect. The middle-aged scholar said, "Go about your business." Xiao Baowan respectfully bowed and bade farewell to the ship owner. The monk sitting on the futon finally opened his eyes. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "Do you think Chen Pingan has noticed?" The monk began to nap again. The middle-aged scholar interlocked his fingers and tapped his thumbs lightly. He said slowly, "North Continent, the assassin of Deer Mountain, escaped with his left hand." The memory is still fresh. The warning of the first disciple, the mountain river prison, the reflection of the words, the clear name of the night boat, the Karma line, the Taoist network of East Sea Temple. On the path of growth, I began to believe that every knowledge and every principle had power, but at the same time, it was a burden. It does seem a little troublesome. Is a young man so hard to deal with? Every dynasty had its own rules and regulations, every place had its own customs, and every person had their own way of living. He thought of a few things from the past. Among the important guests in the history of the ferry, there was Lu Chen, who had not yet ascended to the Qingming world, and the boatman called Gu Qingsong, who was by Lu Chen's side. Little Millet, who had been pretending to be calm all this while, suddenly became anxious. Because she had been trying so hard for too long, she was smiling too hard. She foolishly looked at the woman beside the good person mountain chieftain. She tugged on Pei Qian's sleeve with all her might and stomped her feet. Her smile didn't change in the slightest as she hurriedly coaxed, Pei Qian, why don't I kowtow?" Pei Qian tiptoed and waved at his master and mistress from afar. He said softly, "There's really no need." Xiaomi couldn't maintain her smile and said bitterly, "There's really no need." Pei Qian rubbed the head of the black-clothed girl and said gently, "There's really no need. In the future, when Chao Qinglang and Jing Qing are by your side, you can kowtow when you see mistress." The little girl scratched her face and remembered. Ning Yao shook her wrist and Chen Pingan had to let go. At the end, Ning Yao nodded to Pei Qian. Pei Qian smiled and called her mistress. Ning Yao bent down and rubbed Xiaomi's head. She smiled and said, "In my hometown, everyone knows that the Mute Lake wine can make many sword immortals speechless. They can only continue to drink." Xiaomi nodded and took a step back. She quickly reached into her sleeve and took out a big handful of melon seeds. She raised it high above her head and offered it with both hands. She said loudly, "Mistress, please have some melon seeds." Ning Yao was a little surprised. Chen Pingan held back his laughter. In the Shirwan Mountains, there was a 14th level cultivator and an ascended state cultivator at the peak of the mountain. In the end, there was only a thatched cottage. It was probably just the old blind man's place of residence. It was probably also the place of cultivation. Now that he had taken in a disciple who only recognized half of his master, he had to have a place to stay. It was not that Li Huai was not used to a hard life. It was just that he had been in Jianghu for a long time, especially when he was with Pei Qian. He had heard of all kinds of tricks in Jianghu. He had also seen how difficult it was to make a living as a martial artist at the foot of the mountain. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like he had fallen into a den of Jianghu swindlers. He saw the old man in yellow running around and chopping firewood in order to build a new thatched cottage. It was said that he was an ascended state cultivator. Who would believe that? Anyway, Li Huai did not believe it. At that time, Li Huai felt sympathy for him. He could not help but feel sorry for the old senior Duke Longshan's diligence and, he did not have a fixed residence. Li Huai said to build 2 rooms for the new thatched cottage so that they could live together. He could also help and build a residence together. Anyway, it was fine as long as it could shelter them from the wind and rain. Where did you copy it from? Can you lend it to me? The man blushed and said, "It's my humble work. I came up with it on the spur of the moment." Take it, take it. There's no need to be so polite between brothers. No matter who borrowed it, they would be scolded together. The 2 of them hugged each other. They almost looked like a pair of brothers who were about to cry on each other's shoulders. The old scholar hammered the guy's back with all his strength and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Brother Liang, your muscles are even stronger than before." The sloppy man with stubble on his face wailed, old scholar, I've missed you so much. Not only did I almost die, but I also finally got rid of that tortoise shell with great difficulty. These years have been really hard. Just mentioning this makes me want to cry." The old scholar hit the man's back harder and said, "It's been hard on both of us. It's not easy. Good brothers don't have it easy." Alliance coughed and asked, "Old scholar, why do you look like you've lost weight? Is it because you have a big chest and your heart cares about the world?" The old scholar let go of his hand and complained, "You always say such embarrassing truths." Alliance spat and ran his fingers through his hair. He didn't have much hair and it took him a lot of effort to tie it into a small bun. It was no wonder that he didn't like to come here. There were no girls. As a worthy descendant of one of the 4 great families, the number of times he took the initiative to come here could be counted on one's fingers. In addition, every time he was called here to confront and reason with someone, he was called here to apologize. Only the old scholar wasn't idle. He would always be the first to jump out and deliberately stand on the side of the other party. It was as if everyone had been wronged. The old scholar's voice was the loudest and fiercest. He would always fan the flames. He would either speak up for the other party or say something ruthless, saying that he should just kill this guy. How could being imprisoned in the Forest of Merits for a few years be enough? In any case, Alliance had gotten used to it. As long as the old scholar was present, he would lower his head and apologize with a sincere expression. He would get angry with whoever tried to stop him. However, in the years before the old scholar became a sacrificial sage, Alliance wasn't so easy to talk to. He would even ignore the invitations from the Confucian temple. Even if the quasi-sage personally brought him to the Confucian temple to question him, he wouldn't say anything and just do whatever he wanted. Today, Alliance didn't need to apologize to anyone. The old scholar didn't seem to be used to having nothing to do. He sighed and asked in confusion, "Why are you so late? Didn't you return to Hauran long time ago? Why are you strolling around Liuxia continent?" Alliance pointed at the top of his head and said helplessly, "At least I've grown some hair." Otherwise, if I dare to go anywhere, I'll only make the girls feel sorry for me. When I arrived at Liuxia continent, I wanted to look for big sister Tsongmyo to talk about old times. However, I didn't expect her to not be at home. I heard that she went to the old site of the Rain Dragon sect and hasn't returned home for many years. I asked big sister Tsongmyo's disciple to help me send a message on a flying sword. I received a reply very quickly. It was concise and comprehensive. It only had 2 words, wait. Old scholar, listen to it. Isn't it very sincere? The old scholar stomped his foot and lamented on Alliance's behalf. Then you should wait. Alliance chuckled and said, I'll wait. I'm afraid that once we meet, big sister Tsongmyo won't be able to hold herself back. The old scholar also chuckled. Alliance suddenly became silent and looked at the thin old man who had never been tall. The old scholar couldn't go anywhere at this time. It was different from when he imprisoned himself in the meritorious forest. The 2 of them walked toward the steps in front of the Confucian temple and sat down together. Alliance told him some interesting stories on the way here. He said that in a certain restaurant in Liuxia continent, he learned from the old scholar and ate and drank without paying. Since he couldn't write an IOU, he shouted angrily and took out a brush. He wanted to leave behind a piece of calligraphy to help inscribe the plaque. After the brush and ink were served, he wrote the words with great vigor. He put in more effort than the words carved on the city wall. However, the shopkeeper didn't know what was good for him and asked for the money for the food, wine, and paper. Thus, he could only owe them for now. He also said that in a place where colorful dresses fluttered and embroidered shoes were everywhere, he happened to hear a group of people talking about him. He felt a little embarrassed, especially the 2 young ladies. Their beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with the words Alliance and Big Brother, making people drunk as if they had drunk fine wine. As for him, he was the kind of person who couldn't stand others praising him. Thus, he straightened his clothes and went over with an empty bowl of wine. He told them the truth, saying that a 14th realm sword cultivator wasn't that great and didn't mean much. In the end, he praised him for being bald and even asked why he didn't just say that his second brother wasn't really invincible. Since he had already told them the truth, he could only sit there for a while and listen to the customers chat for a while. Both sides were having a good time. He was busy calling them brothers and getting some food to go with the wine. In the end, he couldn't stand the admiring gazes of the young ladies and was worried that he would attract unnecessary love debts. Thus, he put down the bowl of wine and left the restaurant. He stopped in his tracks and looked up at the setting sun. Then, he took an even more learned step and walked alone on the street. He could only leave behind a lonely back view that would break the hearts of women, and the debt of wine that he had accidentally forgotten. The old scholar gently patted the knee of the man beside him and praised, "Not bad, not bad. You're still as elegant as ever. You didn't even give anyone a discount." Alliance laughed loudly. The sloppy man with not much hair told the old scholar many interesting stories about his travels. He said that he had made a trip to the heavens and met old man Yu, who was working hard to integrate with the way of the Milky Way. He didn't talk about the 14th realm, so as to avoid old man Yu, who was older and had an average aptitude for cultivation. He only said that he had always been jealous of all the friends around him. Why did they have such a handsome and elegant friend, but he, Alliance, didn't? After old man Yu heard this, he didn't speak for a long time. "775. Pei Qian felt a little helpless as he looked at Xiao Mili, who was trying her best to laugh foolishly. Fortunately, it was Yu, the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Otherwise, not to mention Chen Lingjun, even a proud student like Chao Qinglang would be in trouble tomorrow. Zhou Mili bade farewell and ran to her room. When she came back, she brought a big bag of melon seeds and a small bag of dried brook fish. Chen Pingon stood by the window and looked at the sky. Then, he took out a lantern lighting talisman and burned it slowly. It was no different from the previous two talismans. Then, he made a sword sign with 2 fingers and silently chanted the word "Rise." A golden sword aura swam like a dragon and finally connected head to tail, drawing a big golden circle in the room. It created a forbidden area with a golden lightning pool. The talisman array's atmosphere was almost like a small world. Compared to Pei Qian's previous imitation of the iron rod on the street, Chen Pingon's array was obviously more flexible and conformed to the meaning of Tao. A saying immediately popped up in Pei Qian's mind. The heavenly Tao was mysterious. When he was learning martial arts in the bamboo house, the old man who taught him martial arts often said that Pei Qian's aptitude was too poor. He was not even as good as his master. He was not interesting at all. Even when Pei Qian became the famous Xing Qian and returned to Luopa Mountain, there was one time when he sparred with old chef. After Zhu Lian withdrew his fist, he happened to say something similar. Compared to the mountain master, he was still a little lacking. Ning Yao chewed on melon seeds and asked, "This is a sword array?" Obviously, Ning Yao also felt that this sword art that was integrated with the array was not simple. Chen Pingon nodded and said, "I learned it from someone. I just added some of my own sword art and fist intent." This nameless array formation originated from his student, Cui Dongshan. The latter liked to use a sword immortal relic, golden tassel, to draw a circle that isolated the world. It was extremely profound. Later, at Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingon pulled Lu Jinglong and Cui Dongshan together. Chen Pingon took out a secret record that was copied from the Summer Palace. It was somewhat related to the Thunder Pool in the inverted hanging mountain, but the written record was more ancestral. It was related to the sword cleansing pool in the Doshu courtyard of the Thunder Department. Chen Pingon let the two of them flip through the records. In the end, Lu Jinglong and Cui Dongshan worked together to perfect the formation. However, Chen Pingon was still used to adding some of his own fist intent and the 18 stops of sword chi that Alliance had taught him. Since he was on the ferry, he was still living under someone else's roof. It was not appropriate for him to talk about Ascension City and Luopa Mountain. Previously, Li Shilong's observation of the mountains and rivers had been exposed by Chen Pingon. Hence, both sides opened the window and spoke frankly. Since it was the city lords spying on the inn, it was also a kind of reminder. It meant that in this city, especially on this night boat, as long as the heavens of this world were willing, there was nothing that was unknown. At that moment, the group was already in the array formation. Chen Pingon looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately understood and reported a number. Before Chen Pingon ascended and left the city, Chen Pingon used his voice to speak to Pei Qian in riddles. From the moment Chen Pingon left the inn to look for Ning Yao, Pei Qian had already been counting. He only gave the number when his master asked. Ning Yao was a little puzzled. Chen Pingon smiled and explained, "I'm afraid of being schemed against and being kept in the dark without realizing it. If I'm not careful, I'll delay my trip to the North Continent too much." Was it because you had some agreement with the previous criminal official, Wen Haizhou, that you had no choice but to do so? The man whose face even the ship owner could not see clearly was the criminal official in the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There, he took in a young sword cultivator as his direct disciple. His name was Du Shanin. And this strange sword celestial who was unknown in the records of the Summer Palace was the only one who attacked in the small world of the prison. It was the sword that killed the Ascendant Realm external demon, Wu Shuangjiang. After this person left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had been a guest on the night ship. At this moment, the man said to the ship owner, Mr. Zhang, indifferently, it's just a business deal. There's a woman who wants to escape from the Aquarius continent. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, that's strange. Chen Pingan is already on this ferry. Isn't it the best time for her to escape? Taking a step back, Chen Pingan went to the North Continent. Can he directly decide the changes in the situation at Jingyang Mountain? The man said, Tian Wan only did a divination. It seems like it has to be so to survive. The middle-aged scholar was puzzled and asked, is it that external demon hiding in the wick of the lamp? He shook his head and said, even if there's that external demon, it's still not enough. In this place, even if the external demon is in the ascendant realm, it's still not useful. The man waved his hand and ordered him to leave. The middle-aged scholar just stood there and fell into deep thought. In the entry city, Ning Yao took out an oil lamp and gently twisted the wick to open a mountain restriction. Before the great wall of sword chi ascended and left, Chen Pingan handed this oil lamp to the tailor and brought it with him to the fifth world. Now that Ning Yao was already an ascendant realm sword cultivator, then its existence was dispensable. A white-haired boy jumped out of the house and sat cross-legged in the air. He had a big forehead, a green snake, and 2 swords. He was wearing a Taoist robe and his eyes were sparkling. He was probably bored in the small world. Now that he was forced to appear, he was still chewing on his fingers. An ascendant realm external demon, alias Wu Shuangjiang. In the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he asked Old Deaf to call him Grandpa. Old Deaf never hesitated and called him Grandpa. However, his green snake, 2 swords, and Taoist robe had long been traded with Chen Pingan. Now, they were just some pitiful and nostalgic camouflage. Now, he was a pauper. When he saw Chen Pingan in green, the white-haired boy's face was full of disbelief. He was struck by lightning and his eyes were dull as if a lifetime had passed. He was about to cry. Then, his face was full of grievance as if his heart and lungs were hurt. Like a drop of thick ink dripping into clear water, it instantly became dizzy. He fell to the ground on his butt and moved his hands and feet. He wailed loudly and finally pounded his chest as if he was so sad that he couldn't say a word. He just sat on the ground and wailed. Chen Pingan chewed on melon seeds and said with a sideways glance, "Stop." The white-haired boy stood up quickly and began to shout at the top of his lungs. His face was flushed red and he began to walk around a table. He raised his arms and shouted, "Hidden Officer Laozu, handsome, returning home in glory." His martial arts are unparalleled and he is invincible in the world. His fist is at the 11th realm and his swordsmanship is at the 15th realm. Pei Qian chewed on melon seeds and looked at this strange existence. It was just that his words were a little out of tune. Even she couldn't bear to listen to him. Compared to Guizhuzhou, it was much worse. Zhou Mili mistakenly thought that this short winter melon was possessed by Jing Qing. Chen Pingan said, "That's enough." According to common sense, the world believed that old sect master Zhang's combat strength had fallen. That snow-white talisman paper was like a whetstone used to sharpen the sword. Although it was cut in half like tofu, Wu Shuangjiang was still able to rely on this to instantly determine the fierceness of the flying sword. As expected of Jiang Shangjin. Not only is he gifted, but the key is that he's ruthless enough. He's a natural Tao fusing embryo. It's not without reason that he's able to cause trouble everywhere and live until today. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and was very understanding. He said slowly, "Actually, there's no need to deliberately delay. It's not easy for me to come to the righteous world, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. You can do whatever you want and experience the most outstanding people among the young people of the righteous world. Ning Yao, Chen Pingan, the white-robed youth with half an embroidered tiger embroidery, and Jiang Shangjin of Tongye Continent. To Wu Shuangjiang, even Jiang Shangjin, who was the oldest, was still a junior. He was still a young man in his prime. Jiang Shangjin's fall in cultivation was extremely dangerous and ingenious. Simply speaking, he used the fall in cultivation to sharpen that piece of willow leaf. The flying sword of a willow leaf was real, but its sharpness still far exceeded that of Jiang Shangjin's willow leaf when he was in the immortal realm. The price was that Jiang Shangjin's cultivator physique was much more damaged than before and became relatively weak. That was why Jiang Shangjin now had white hair on his temples and looked like he was old. In other words, Jiang Shangjin's fall in cultivation was real, absolutely real. However, the quality of that natal flying sword was almost equivalent to leaving it in the ascendant realm. It was just that Jiang Shangjin was too shrewd. He had always used the fall in cultivation as the best camouflage to deceive the world. Jiang Shangjin really did not hold back. He flipped his wrist and a pot of wine appeared. He said with a sincere face, "Since we hit it off, how about a pot of wine first?" When the small talk was over, it would not be a competition to determine the winner. Instead, it would be a life and death battle with Wu Shuangjiang. As long as Wu Shuangjiang dared to be arrogant, that would be the best. However, no one would underestimate Wu Shuangjiang. After all, he was a cultivator who could teach each other how to be a person. Cui Dongshan stood on the roof of a shop, and a mountain walking stick suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved his hands in a circle, and ripples appeared. Layers of halos rippled, and layers of halos appeared. It was like a golden painting scroll, and a pocket-sized sun was hanging in the sky. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Palace Master Wu, nice to meet you." He reached out and grabbed the pocket-sized white sun in his hand. He shook his wrist and the ball rolled away like a palm. It spun and shone in all directions. However, according to the three of them, they did not expect Ning Yao to be involved in the battlefield. Even if she was an Ascendant Realm sword cultivator, she could only take charge of one of them. This was because the superposition of the small worlds were interconnected. Every step was taken carefully. The slightest difference was the difference between heaven and earth. The order of the formation of each small world was very particular, not to mention the mystery within. Ning Yao had no qualms about this. She quietly waited for Wu Shuangjiang. Earlier, she had heard Chen Pingan say that these small worlds were used to entertain the guests. They were just the first moves. Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangjin shook their sleeves in the various worlds. Magic weapons fell like rain. This was Luopa Mountain's way of entertaining guests. The higher the realm, the more money they spent, and the more attention they paid. Regardless of friend or foe, they all left the mountain and swarmed out. They all used their mystiques and tens of thousands of spells crazily attacked Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang's mind moved slightly, and the four imitation swords instantly went far away. They hovered in the four corners of the world. Wherever the four swords pointed, sword light bloomed. It was as if four pillars were erected in the four corners of the world. Then, he took out two talismans and threw it lightly. A woman with a fox-white fur coat appeared beside him. She was full of heroic spirit. She was wearing a pair of flying cloud shoes. They were made of black silk and embroidered with clouds. They were dyed with perfume. Fragrant mist lingered around her feet. She walked leisurely like a fairy who had ascended to heaven with white clouds under her feet. As she walked, white clouds rolled and the world was filled with a strange fragrance. There was also a handsome young man with a yellow belt around his waist. A jade pouch hung from his waist. The young man only needed to reach out and press on his belt. Countless mountain spirits and monsters who were being searched retreated into the mountains. When the young man took out a jade pouch from his pouch and casually threw it into the air, all the immortal generals with golden rings on their wrists began to stop moving forward. In the end, they slowly retreated. Wu Shuangjiang looked left and right. Looking at the immortal couple beside him, he smiled faintly. On the other side of the talisman imitation sword, a white-clothed young man stood over 10 li away. He nodded and let out a sigh of relief. I have to remind Mistress not to use her sword so easily. A small spirit that had sneaked over furtively nodded. How troublesome. Compared to fighting with Pei Min and Court Chief Wu, it's much more worrisome. The talisman imitation sword flashed and the white-clothed young man was cut in half at the waist. The small spirit was beheaded. In the end, the white-clothed young man's legs bounced and his body was severed. The small spirit waved his hand and placed the head back on his shoulder. Wu Shuangjiang was slightly surprised. It was not Cui Dongshan's method. The talisman was just to refresh the mind. It was a simple and insignificant trick. However, Jiang Shangzhen's Yin spirit had truly left his body. How could he be unharmed? Wu Shuangjiang thought for a while and smiled. Stop hiding. Don't be idle. After he finished speaking. In the 3 small worlds. In the small world in the cage, Ning Yao saw Chen Pingan, who was wearing a green robe and carrying a sword on his back. In a secluded place, Chen Pingan, who was holding his breath and holding his sword on his knees, opened his eyes and saw Ning Yao. In front of Jiang Shangzhen, there was a weak girl who looked like Heng Wu. However, there was no one beside Cui Dongshan's real body. Wu Shuangjiang laughed and said, Good Xiu Hu. You really don't disappoint. In the inn. The white-haired boy's face was pale as he stood on the bench in a daze. He thought that after Ning Yao reached the Ascendant Realm, he would hide in the 5th world with Ning Yao for at least 70 to 80 years. Even if the next time the door opened, he could go to several worlds. Even if the traveling cultivators were no longer restricted by the realm, he could ask Ning Yao or Chen Pingan to hide in the Confucian Temple in the Middle Earth for a few years. He could avoid Wu Shuangjiang no matter what. Firstly, he didn't expect Ning Yao to bring him to the vast world. Secondly, he didn't expect Wu Shuangjiang to have reached the 14th realm. Thirdly, he didn't expect that he would really cross a world. He had been waiting for him on this ferry for a long time. It was ridiculous. In the world, there were only cultivators who were afraid of inner demons. How could inner demons be afraid of Qi cultivators? The only exception was Wu Shuangjiang, who was an exception. First, he deliberately created an inner demon for her at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. After Wu Shuangjiang smoothly reached the pure jade realm, he refined the inner demon that he imprisoned in his heart bit by bit with secret techniques for 1,000 years. Finally, Wu Shuangjiang used it as an opportunity to reach the 14th realm. Wu Shuangjiang was infatuated, but he was even more ruthless. Under the Qingming heaven, Wu Shuangjiang's stubbornness was almost as famous as his Tao techniques. That was why it tried so hard to find an opportunity to leave the prison of its heart. In the end, it followed the Daoist from the Dexiandu temple and traveled to the vast world's north continent. After that, it obtained its freedom according to a certain agreement. It wandered around and finally found a place to stay, which was the prison that Old Death was in charge of at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It looked like a prison, but to it, it was an extremely precious place of freedom. At least it didn't have to worry about its life. Moreover, compared to the life that was worse than death in Wu Shuangjiang's hands, it could scold Old Death in the prison. When it was bored, it could take the initiative to take a few swords from the torture officers. It could chat with the little girl and occasionally have some fun with Xiao Chua. When it teased the demon cultivators who were in a more miserable situation than it was, it didn't feel that it was so miserable. This was especially so when they could follow the gaps in the demon's state of mind, as if they were traveling and enjoying the scenery. With their vision, they could see the great rivers and mountains of the desolate wasteland, and casually read through countless interesting stories. It was even more of a joy. Don't be afraid. Pei Qian took a sip of the glutinous rice wine and touched Xiaomi's head. He said softly, "It's okay if you're really afraid. Drink until you're drunk and fall asleep. When you wake up, you can see master and mistress." Zhou Mili raised her hands and wiped her face. She nodded vigorously and held the white bowl with both hands. It was a pity that the bowl was too small. A pot of wine seemed to be too much. It took a lot of effort to finish the entire pot of glutinous rice wine. If you can't help, don't add to the trouble. This was the first principle of Zhou Mili's journey in the martial world. Pei Qian handed over his pot of wine and Xiaomi continued to drink bowl by bowl. The white-haired boy saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He sat on the long bench and was about to say something about Wu Shuangjiang's power. Pei Qian immediately cast a glance at him. The white-haired boy understood instantly. He was already feeling guilty, so he stubbornly shut his mouth and didn't say anything. The little girl in black burped, lay on the table, and fell asleep. Only then did the white-haired boy sigh. "I know Ning Yao and Chen Pinggan's backgrounds. Therefore, Wu Shuangjiang single-handedly turned the Year Palace into a top-notch Taoist sect that was on par with the Dashuandu Temple. During this period of time, there were countless grudges and dangerous situations. No matter what, they were all killed by Wu Shuangjiang in the end. Moreover, Wu Shuangjiang's teaching of Taoism was unparalleled in the world. Within the Year Palace, all the cultivators in the upper 5 realms were the result of his personal teaching. Zhang Yuanbu's dragon-raising technique, Yucho's mountain refining technique, Yucho's Daoist partner Linghu Zuelian's swordsmanship, and Wu Qi's Daoist named Deng Zhu's first wife Wu Qi her heavenly drum, burning lanterns to illuminate the void, and beating the drum to expel the plague ghosts were the secrets of the Year Palace's ancestral hall. Not only these ancestral masters of the Year Palace who had high seniority and high realms, Wu Shuangjiang was willing to personally teach Taoism to all the direct disciples and secondary disciples. He was extremely patient and attended to everything personally. It was no wonder that the entire Sui Chu Palace, from top to bottom, worshipped Wu Shuangjiang as a god from the bottom of their hearts. In the Qingming world, only Sun Huaizhong's Xiandu Temple and Wu Shuangjiang's Year Palace dared to disapprove of the Beko Keikyong building from the bottom of their hearts and actions. One was to go down the mountain to gain experience. If one tricked a Beko Keikyong building Daoist, they would set off firecrackers to celebrate when they returned to their own Daoist temple. Another was to have a conflict with a Beko Keikyong building Daoist on the way to gain experience. If one party didn't fight to the death, or if one party broke the longevity bridge, it wouldn't be considered a duel. In any case, everyone in the Year Palace had a longevity lantern. Zhang Yuanbua, the dragon in the cave, had died once. Jun Yucho's Daoist partner on the mountain had even died twice. Logically speaking, it was extremely difficult for them to enter the upper 5 realms. However, with Wu Shuangjiang around, it wasn't a problem. After they started cultivating, they had to start all over again. The Year Palace gave them countless heavenly treasures, and with Wu Shuangjiang's personal supervision and guidance, they were still unstoppable on the path of cultivation. The Immortal Sword sect of the Dashiandu Temple was known to be the most united in fighting in the world. The cultivators of the Year Palace were known to be the most heavy-handed and ruthless because they didn't cherish their lives the most. The scoundrels in the marketplace, especially the hot-headed youths, liked to act on impulse and didn't know how to control their strength. As long as they were given a knife, they didn't need to rely on alcohol to boost their courage. If they were displeased, they would take the knife and chop to death without caring about the consequences. Therefore, the Year Palace had a saying on the mountain, the youth's nest. After drinking the 2 pots of osmanthus wine from Chen Pingan and Ning Yao, it began to eat melon seeds and asked casually, a person can be like whatever he or she learns. Isn't that amazing? Pei Qian nodded without hesitation. Of course it was amazing. Because its master was like that. It asked again, what if there was a person who could be like whatever he or she learns? Pei Qian thought for a moment, very scary. Pei Qian then said, if that's the case, it's easy to fight with others on the path of cultivation, isn't it? It wasn't a big problem to be like whatever he or she learned, but once he or she became whatever he or she learned, it would be too taboo to cultivate the path of cultivation. For example, the secrets of other sects' ancestral halls, or the innate supernatural powers of flying swords of sword cultivators? It rolled its eyes, pinch your nose and admit defeat. Fortunately, well water doesn't interfere with river water. At worst, we'll go our separate ways. He'll also find ways to compensate a little, but it depends on his mood. He has the final say on how to settle accounts and how to compensate. Others can only accept it. As for those who don't believe in heresy and insist on arm wrestling with him to the end, they're all dead. Beko Keikyung building has 5 cities and 12 buildings. 2 of them in history were pulled down by him. One relied on strength and Taoist techniques, and the other relied on calculation and Taoist heart. So, his relationship with the second master of the Beko Keikyung building sect is extremely bad. It emphasized its tone and added, extremely bad. The only difference between the 2 sides is that they're not life and death enemies. As long as they meet on the road, they'll definitely fight. Pei Qian asked curiously, why are you so afraid of him? It stretched out its hand, let me rinse my mouth again. Pei Qian took out a pot of wine from the nearby objects, put it on the table, and pushed it over. It drank it in one gulp and sighed, I'm still not brave enough to say it. Pei Qian said, forget it if you don't want to say it. It sighed with emotion, Chen Pingan taught you very well. A person's qi was clear and foul, in fact, it depended on whether he had a forgiving heart. Pei Qian smiled and said, it's passable. Master taught me 100%, and I only learned 20 to 30%. It suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, little girl, why are you imitating me? Pei Qian immediately reached out and pressed the table so as not to wake up Xiaomi. It angrily apologized to Pei Qian, I'm sorry. I can't help but reveal my true feelings. Pei Qian said without any reason, when you go to Luopa Mountain in the future, you can go to the straw shop in Riding Dragon Alley first. There's an old senior there who should be able to chat with you. The white-haired boy looked doubtful, which old senior? Ascendant Realm. And a sword cultivator. Luopa Mountain was very good, including Ning Yao, himself, and this old senior, 3 ascendants. In the future, wouldn't he be able to walk like a crab every day in the vast world? Pei Qian shook his head and said, Dragon Gate Realm. The white-haired boy spat, what the hell, Dragon Gate Realm. I can't afford to lose face. Pei Qian stopped talking. The white-haired boy suddenly put his palms together, with a serious face, and said to himself, children's words carry no harm, children's words carry no harm. Thank you for your auspicious words, thank you for your auspicious words. I must go to Luopa Mountain and pay a visit to the Dragon Gate Realm Old Immortal in Riding Dragon Alley. Pei Qian suddenly looked at the otherworldly demon described by the white-haired boy and said softly, you can only live in the hearts of others and become another yourself. It must be very hard. The white-haired boy was stunned. He sat cross-legged and ate melon seeds while smiling cheekily. Little girl, you're so old that you don't know anything. When you talk about this, it's easy to say, but it can't comfort people. Pei Qian hummed and did not refute. She lay on the table, crossed her hands, and rested her pointed chin on her arm. The white-haired boy glanced at the young woman's hair bun. You have to empathize with everything. Every time you experience sorrow and joy, it's not easy. So don't learn from your master in everything. Chen Pingan doesn't want that either. Otherwise, just wait and see. If you practice the sword and cultivate, one day, the inner demon will appear in your heart. It will be as big as Mount Meru, blocking your path and making you suffer. At that time, you will know what hard work is. Back then, in the prison, there was a young man named Yu Yu. Fortune favors fools. He wanted to think too much, but he didn't know what to think. There was also a boy named Du Shanyin who lived a very self-centered life. He didn't care about good or bad things. As long as he could see, the good things were his. Everything was his. As long as it was worthless, he would rather break it than give it to others. He didn't have any rules in his heart. On the path of cultivation, these two kinds of people walked a little easier. After that, the two of them were silent. Xiaomi slept soundly, Pei Qian lay on the table in a daze, and the white-haired boy sat there in boredom. From time to time, he would put his hands together and raise them high above his head, muttering. He probably prayed to all the gods he could. In the end, it sighed and glanced at the night outside the window. It was gray, as if there was no end. That Wu Shuangjiang, to it and the former her, was a hurdle that was destined to be uncrossable. Back then, Wu Shuangjiang accomplished something first. The inner demon was her, and she was the inner demon. It was as if Wu Shuangjiang had set the whole framework and all the rules long ago. For this, Wu Shuangjiang carefully prepared for more than 100 years. How did Wu Shuangjiang break the inner demon? It was to become her inner demon. At that time, in the eyes of the old ancestors of the Year's Palace, Wu Shuangjiang had wasted 100 years at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Everyone was more confused than the other. Why did Wu Shuangjiang, with such outstanding cultivation talent, stagnate in the nascent soul realm for so long? No one could imagine that Wu Shuangjiang had actually arranged a path for herself to ascend to the ascendant realm a long time ago. She even seemed to have prepared for how to reach the 14th realm. Just like a person, she was born with knowledge. However, whether it was her or the extraterrestrial demon, they knew one thing better than anyone else. Wu Shuangjiang was not born with knowledge. This man, who was usually silent, always gave people the impression of being dull, and at most calm, just like to think too much. The white-haired boy had a headache. If Bai did not use his sword to support the Yao continent, and did not destroy the celestial sword Tai Bai, but instead returned it to its original owner. In the end, it was held in the hands of Sun Huizhong of the Great Xuandu Temple, and then asked for a Beko Kekyung building. If the Great Wall of Sword Cheat chose to side with the savage world, or take a step back and choose to be neutral, not helping either side and watching from the sidelines. If Xiao Hu Chuidong joined forces with his junior brother Qi Jingchen and blocked the path of the second ascension platform, the vast world would lose at least one or two more continents of mountains and rivers. The two sides would fight until the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountains and rivers would sink, and corpses would be everywhere. Then, an armored person would choose to use his body to fuse with the Tao, move the old site of the heavenly courts, cross the vast galaxy, and fall into the vast world. The Sage of Rights would be forced to absorb the destiny of heaven and earth and reach the 15th realm. He would risk his life to stop more than half of this matter. In the end, there were still many gods who truly returned. Chaos would engulf the four worlds, and it was almost equivalent to returning to the great chaos of 10,000 years ago. The Baekho Kaekyeong building shook, the Buddhist kingdom shook, the heavenly demons wreaked havoc, and ghosts ran amok. The middle-aged scholar sighed. What is the most difficult barrier for a scholar? The official said, as a wild old man, I meet a vagrant. The middle-aged scholar scolded jokingly, so you have asterisk king no too. It was like a journey in life, a small boat in the cold night, and the wind and rain blew the reed flowers. Anyway, there were reed flowers every year. If thousands of them were blown down in one night, it was nothing. The official nodded. I once knew. The Dharma form put its palms together and crushed the mirror light, leaving only the sword chi and the divine will. It could be used as a reference and finally refined into Jiang Shangzhen's natal flying sword that was close to the truth. Wu Shuangjiang retracted his Dharma form and opened his hand. There was a tiny green snake in his palm. It was suppressed by the great Tao and had to shrink to this size. Otherwise, it would show its true form. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly smiled and shook his head. Logically speaking, the immobile green snake suddenly grew bigger. It had horns on its head, 4 claws on its abdomen, and a pair of pale golden eyes. It was clearly a water dragon. It wrapped around Wu Shuangjiang's arm. Wu Shuangjiang shook his arm gently, and the blood and flesh of the water dragon instantly turned into nothingness. Only the virtual image of the water dragon was left. It was like a white dragon drawing in golden ink. It was still entangled with the water dragon. One of Wu Shuangjiang's sleeves was twisted by the water dragon. The water dragon opened its mouth and bit Wu Shuangjiang's robe. It tried to touch the skin of a 14th state cultivator. Wu Shuangjiang smiled coldly and said, "You are just a water dragon. Why don't you return to Jianghu?" A ray of light flashed across Wu Shuangjiang's robe. The water dragon disappeared without a trace. After a while, it fell directly into the world of the robe. It was then refined in an instant. The water dragon was not only stained with Jiang Shangzhen's sword will as a disguise. It also had a refining method as a smokescreen. In other words, this method was not done at the last minute after meeting Wu Shuangjiang. It was premeditated. Otherwise, Wu Shuangjiang, as the world's top refiner, would not have met with such an accident. Whether it was refining swords or items, he was one of the few great cultivators who stood at the top of the mountain. Otherwise, how could he even refine the inner demon? Even an ascendant realm otherworldly demon was going to be refined by him again. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and asked, "You have so many methods. Which great cultivator were you originally planning to target? The swordsmanship Pei Min? Or was it me from the beginning?" It seems like Xiao Bai's appearance back then was a little superfluous. When inverted Hanging Mountain ascended and returned to the Qingming world, the 4 wandering cultivators of the Sui Chu Palace followed the square mountain word seal back home. Only Xiao Bai, the guardian of the year, went to the ruins of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He met with the young hidden official who guarded half of the city wall with a secret technique and proposed a deal. He promised Chen Pingon that as long as he agreed to hand over the external demon, he was willing to work for Chen Pingon or the 5th world's ascendant city as a guest for 100 years. Everyone in the Qingming world knew that the guardian of the Sui Chu Palace had an extremely high cultivation base and great killing power. Wu Shuangjiang immediately turned his head and apologized, "Sister Tianran, don't be angry, don't be angry." The young lady squinted her eyes like crescent moons. She covered her mouth and laughed. Wu Shuangjiang looked at the young lady who was the little immortal with a yellow ribbon in his heart and then turned his head to look at the lady in the fox fur who had a slightly different face. He took their hands and smiled. I once promised you that we would walk the world hand in hand. I will do it. The lady in the fox fur suddenly asked, have you forgotten who killed me? Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, that's not cute at all. The lady in the fox fur instantly became as brittle as porcelain. With a soft sound, she shattered with a bang. The young lady also suffered the same fate. Wu Shuangjiang used the shushing cloud technique. A strong wind swept the world and a mountain-searching formation was instantly shattered. He came to the small world of the caged bird. Wu Shuangjiang stood in the distance and did not move for a long time. He seemed to have some clues, but it was extremely difficult to pick up the thread. In the other cave, Wu Shuangjiang's other mustard seed mind was standing beside the giant spirit emissary who stood on the mountain and held the demon sealing mirror. After the picture scroll froze, the mirror light was like a flying sword, forming a solidified white rainbow in the air. After Wu Shuangjiang copied the long-lost demon sealing mirror, his gaze shifted and moved to the side of the woman with the colorful ribbon with 4 faces. He stood on a ribbon as large as a stream and looked down at the mountains and rivers. For cultivators in their realm, breaking mountains and rivers with their fists, overturning rivers and seas, and using magic weapons to attack and cover the sky were all small tricks. An ordinary chi cultivator in the immortal realm or a pure martial artist in the 9th realm had no chance to make a move in this battle. Or it could be said that it was meaningless to make a move. Wu Shuangjiang frowned slightly. He flicked his sleeves lightly and removed most of the colors from the thousands of mountains. The painted scroll turned into a white sketch. After many flicks of his sleeves to change the colors of the mountains and rivers, only a few mountains with firm roots were left. Wu Shuangjiang took a closer look and found that Jiang Shangzhen had indeed secretly done something to them. He removed many traces, leaving only the mountains themselves. At the same time, he refined the mountains into seals, just like a few plain seals that had not been engraved with words. Wu Shuangjiang sneered and flipped his palm, turning the mountains upside down. What a guy! 2 of the mountains had faint traces and were not engraved on the cliff. They were very insidious. Not only were the words as small as a fly's head, but there was also a layer of camouflage restriction. After being erased by Wu Shuangjiang, the truth was revealed. Wu Shuangjiang removed the painting scroll of the mountain search formation. He grabbed with both hands and held the 2 mountains in the palm of his hand like 2 pocket-sized stones. He then merged with the constellation map and waved his sleeves to disperse the extra constellations. He moved the mountains and released the mountains again. With a light wave, the pocket-sized mountains in his hand stood upright in the constellation map. Wu Shuangjiang then raised his hand and conjured a river and 2 pavilions. When Wu Shuangjiang used his finger as a pen and wrote the 2 plaques, the nearby mountains and rivers seemed to have been given a finishing touch by an immortal. They immediately came to life. For a moment, the sunset was lonely and the autumn water stretched into the sky. The scenery was pleasant. Not only that, Wu Shuangjiang's mind moved. Finally, a majestic pavilion with green glazed tiles was erected on the banks of the river. He personally controlled the 4 imitation swords. Glancing at the Tai-Bai imitation sword, Wu Shuangjiang shook his head. He was still unable to condense that pure sword intent. In fact, Jiang Shangzhen had previously informed the mountain chieftain's wife that it was best not to use her sword, in case that fellow stole her sword intent. Ning Yao only replied with 1 sentence, "Don't worry." Taking advantage of the moment and Wu Shuangjiang's constellation heaven and earth was about to collapse, Jiang Shangjin appeared and patted Chen Pingan's shoulder. He said in a low voice, "Take care." Having a wife was of course a good thing. However, with such a wife, Chen Pingan could forget about drinking with her for the rest of his life. At the same time, Jiang Shangjin said telepathically, "How is it? How far are you from the moon in Well?" Chen Pingan grinned. "There's still some distance. This fight could not be fought for nothing." Other than doing proper business, Chen Pingan, Cui Dongshan, and Jiang Shangjin followed the routine. In fact, he was also using Wushuang's small world as a whetstone similar to the dragon-slaying platform to carefully sharpen the blade of the moon in the well. Jiang Shangjin wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Pingan laughed. "How can there be no price to pay if you want to kill a 14th realm cultivator?" Two sword gleams flashed. Jiang Shangjin and Chen Pingan disappeared from where they were at the same time. Unexpectedly, Chen Pingan discovered that he was followed by a talisman in the form of a jade drawing axe. The two imitation swords, Tai Bai and Wanfa, followed him like shadows. They should have been transformed from the giant axe of that Gui Ren from before. This talisman's killing power was average. However, its biggest problem was that it was haunting. Chen Pingan telepathically said to Jiang Shangjin, "Do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. I'll test these two immortal swords." This was a rare opportunity. He could also temper his martial body at the same time. Whatever he could do to make up for it was better. Even if the three of them worked together to set up a trap, they had already considered the severity of the consequences on Luopa Mountain. The price they had to pay could be that Chen Pingan lost a certain intrinsic flying sword, or the caged sparrow, or the moon in well. It could be that one of Jiang Shangjin's willow leaves caused the quality of his flying sword to drop. It could be that Cui Dongshan lost the skin of an immortal realm cultivator. Or even more. For example, Chen Pingan's martial limit could cause a drop in cultivation level. Or perhaps, someone had to pay an even greater price. On Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingan finally set a rule. No matter who was saved by the other two, that person had to be aware that even if the three of them worked together, they were destined to be unable to change the greatest outcome. Then, that person would have to exchange their life with a mortal enemy like Pei Min to ensure that the other two's great Dao cultivation would not be completely severed. Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangjin had no objections to this at the time. Wu Shuangjiang had one hand behind his back. Two fingers on one hand seemed to be plucking the strings of a zither. A stringless sound resounded between heaven and earth. Behind him was a celestial avatar. It was like a yin spirit had left its body and traveled far away. It held the two imitation swords of the Taoist scripture and heavenly innocence. Chen Pingan, who had just dodged the two sword flashes of Grand White and Myriad Arts, was struck by a bolt of lightning without warning. In the next moment, Chen Pingan gripped the tips of the two imitation swords with both hands and slid back thousands of feet. Sword flashes bloomed, and his hands were mangled. Sword chi surged, and his entire face was lacerated with fine sword scars. He had no choice but to squint, not daring to look directly at the sword flashes. Chen Pingan's retreating momentum did not slow down at all. The sword tip slowly stabbed out of his palm. Wu Shuangjiang rose again and plucked the stringless and formless zither. This kid really knows how to hide. With this martial physique, why would he need to show off his unpolished jade avatar? While gripping the tips of the two imitation swords tightly, he could only let the heavenly thunder strike his body caused by the stringless sound. Wu Shuangjiang bent two fingers and plucked a string. He gently loosened his fingers. Chen Pingan felt like he was swept in the abdomen by a rod. His whole body had no choice but to bend. His hands slid forward, and the tips of the two imitation swords were already in front of his eyes. After all, A 14th-level avatar of oneness of heaven and men was not holding a real celestial sword. Compared to the Ascendant Realm sword cultivator Ning Yao's Q sword, he was already at a disadvantage. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Bloom." The celestial avatar behind him instantly changed into thousands of illusions. They hovered in various places, each holding a pair of swords. A Q-sword battle. The sword aura was like a waterfall, surging and pouring towards Ning Yao, who was alone with one sword. Wu Shuangjiang made a gesture with one hand. In fact, he was constantly calculating in his mind. Suddenly, Wu Shuangjiang accidentally broke a string. Wu Shuangjiang raised his hand, and a drop of blood seeped out of his finger. Wu Shuangjiang's expression became serious. However, his heartstrings were greatly shaken. Even with Wu Shuangjiang's divination skills, he still could not find any traces. The young man in white, who had been watching from the sidelines, was squatting in an attic. He did not really fight with Wu Shuangjiang, but he was in a worse state than Chen Pingan and Jiang Shangzhen. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and cursing. In front of him stood a porcelain figure named Wu Shuangjiang. Cui Dongshan had carefully set up a formation around the figure, creating a formation with excellent feng shui that could not be better. Cui Dongshan had created a formation with excellent feng shui, which could not be better. The art of the dragon, the orientation of the 3 mountains, the water of the coming and going back to the hall, the heavenly stars and earthly trigram, the 48 divisions of Shun and I Shan, the Buddhism's 6 realms, the Taoists' grand ritual of the universe, and the 244 divisions of the 5 elements, just a constellation map, mountain searching formation, and Wu Shuangjiang's heaven, earth, and man triad formation. What a joke! You, Wu Shuangjiang, are underestimating your own 14th level. You are also underestimating the brains of Master Cui, my teacher, and Chief Zhou. Previously, Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen still needed magic treasures to fall like rain outside the caged sparrow and willow shade. She extended a finger and pressed it between her eyebrows. She gently wiped it. The immortal sword in her hand was innocent. It was only at this moment that she truly reached the peak of the sword realm. Chen Pingan's 21 swords combined into one. He slashed the realm 14 Wu Shuangjiang's true body and celestial figure. Jiang Shangzhen's flying sword chopped off the Yin god's head. Ning Yao's sword destroyed Wu Shuangjiang's soul. It is also called the corpse-dissolving talisman by Daoist Qing Ming. It is my proudest work, born from the Taishian Clear Life Talisman personally made by the Daoist ancestor. Compared to the Moon Palace Jade Axe Talisman, it is worthy of being called a great talisman. Chen Pingan was indifferent when he heard this, and he still declined. If this lifting body talisman was the final deal today, Chen Pingan would accept it without hesitation even if Wu Shuangjiang gave him a whole stack of talismans, let alone one. However, Wu Shuangjiang's temperament was hard to fathom. Tian Shao wouldn't fall out with him on a whim. If Wu Shuangjiang tampered with a talisman and then generously accepted it, what else could it be but courting death? Seeing that the young hidden official didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, Wu Shuangjiang wasn't angry, but he also didn't take back the green seal root material, talisman. It gently floated down on the table in front of Chen Pingan. Cui Dongshan stood behind Jiang Shangzhen and stood on tiptoe. He stared hard at the precious talisman on the table. The art of talisman drawing could be stolen, but talisman paper could not be replaced. This was because the material of the talisman paper was extremely good and expensive. Not only was it priceless, it was mainly because there was no market for it. In the green underworld, it was used by the immortals of the 5 cities and 12 floors of the Beko Keikyung building to invite the gods to descend. Wu Shuangjiang turned his head to look at the Jade Gui sect's old sect leader with snow-white hair. He laughed heartily and said, "You and I can be considered kindred spirits." The woman that both sides admired was not some exceptional beauty among the women on the mountain. For cultivators like them, what kind of beauty could they not have? Jiang Shangjin raised his hand and cupped his fist. He shook it lightly and said with a mischievous smile, "You flatter me." The seating arrangement of the 5 people in the room was also very interesting. Wu Shuangjiang's back was facing the door. The wine table was facing the door. Among Chen Pingan's group, after Wu Shuangjiang entered the room and took a seat first, Chen Pingan sat on the bench to Wu Shuangjiang's left. Although his realm was the lowest and he was also heavily injured, second only to Cui Dongshan whose body had collapsed, he still sat on the bench to Wu Shuangjiang's left. Therefore, his position was closest to Wu Shuangjiang. Ning Yao, like a protector, chose to sit beside Chen Pingan. Jiang Shangjin rushed to sit on Wu Shuangjiang's right. In this way, the seat opposite Wu Shuangjiang was given to the most heavily injured white-clothed youth, who was the furthest away from Wu Shuangjiang. However, Cui Dongshan did not sit. Instead, he stood behind Jiang Shangjin. Except for Wu Shuangjiang, this outsider. The 4 people at the table in the room were actually all thinking for the others. The atmosphere in Luopa Mountain was good. Chen Pingan clearly remembered that every time he went there, he saw the young man standing behind the counter. He seemed to be lazy, and every time the young innkeeper talked to Chen Pingan, he would be full of smiles. He was very amiable. Wu Shuangjiang hit the nail on the head. Actually, Little White liked you very much back then, so she helped you cover up your martial arts chi. The 2 of them overlapped, and that's why you scared the Oriole back at Huangliang Blessed Land. Don't worry, there was no scheme behind this. It was just that Xiao Bai felt that he could not find the person he was looking for and could not earn much money. His life was too boring. Later on, when you became a hidden official, Xiao Bai was very pleased. He said that he had a good eye for people. Chen Pingan drank another mouthful of wine. Lady Gui let him stay in the Sparrow Storkin back then. Did she notice it long ago? In the vast world, there was a martial temple in the ancestral court of the Central Plains Military School, and the 10 philosophers of the martial temple were worshipped. However, even the scholars of the later generations had many criticisms about this. There were objections about the person who was the assistant worshipper, and there were even more objections about at least half of the 10 philosophers of the martial temple. They felt that they should not have been chosen at all. As for the martial temple worshippers who were added later on, there were 72 famous generals. They were divided into 10 people in the main hall and 62 people on the 2 sides of the veranda to enjoy the incense together. Many people of the later generations did not agree with this, and they all had their own opinions. In particular, during this period, there was a case where the Confucian sages in the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains kept suggesting that they should select those with flawless achievements. As a result, many famous generals who had many achievements but killed too many people were either demoted or removed from their positions as gods. This caused one of the 10 philosophers of the martial temple to be moved out of the main hall to one of the 2 veranda. Originally, this person was going to lose the right to be worshipped on the 2 veranda. In the end, it was rumored that 2 people in the Confucian temple made a scene and rejected this suggestion. They came to a compromise and moved out of the main hall. However, they stayed on the 2 veranda and were only ranked 4th. This still made the military cultivators of the later generations feel that it was unfair. They said that the so-called famous generals selected by the Confucian temple were too many strategists. They could only be considered as advisors, but they were nothing special. Among the 72 people, at least half of them were not even qualified to carry that person's boots. As for the remaining half were not even qualified to lead that person's horse. The remaining half were too ashamed to be ranked among the 10 philosophers of the martial temple with that person. What shopkeeper of the Sparrow Stork Inn? What guardian of the year? What Xiao Bai of the Qingming world? What Bai Luo? It was Bai Qi. As for how this person went to the Qingming world and how he became Wu Shuangjiang's right-hand man, only God knew. Chen Pingan did not even want to ask. Wu Shuangjiang said, many people are trapped in their own cocoons. They have no choice. This was the conclusion of the previous battle. The mini-worlds stacked on top of each other. It was not only to kill Wu Shuangjiang, but also to allow Wu Shuangjiang to unleash his 14th tier cultivation base. He did not have to worry about his Dao fusing aura being sensed by the Confucian temple. Wu Shuangjiang continued, all of you should be very clear that the reason I didn't choose to take you down with me in the end wasn't because I didn't have the strength to retaliate. Otherwise, apart from Ning Yao, the three of you would have succeeded in killing me, but the damage to your great Dao would have been far greater. Chen Pingan said, far greater than this. Putting aside the fact that the tip of the Grand White Sword was almost detached from the body of the Knight Swimming Sword, it would take a lot of time to reforge it. Chen Pingan might even have to invest a mountain of gold and silver. Putting aside the fact that Chen Pingan was injured, the mountains and rivers in the mini-worlds were shaken. The number of times that Chen Pingan needed to use the ointment from the Yang clan's medicine shop after the battle could be counted with one's fingers. Putting these aside, Jiang Shangzhen's flying sword's rank had dropped. Cui Dongshan did not even have the skin of an immortal's remains. Although he looked calm, he was actually severely injured. If it was not for Cui Dongshan's mystical spells, an ordinary immortal Qi cultivator would have been half dead. He might not even be able to maintain the upper 5 states. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, don't worry about these. I know what's important. If Cui Dongshan could not get rid of the shackles of this skin, how could he ascend to the ascendant state? Wu Shuangjiang dared to assert that as half a tiger in white, he had been looking for a sword cultivator all these years. The sword cultivator must be at least at the ascendant state and must be trustworthy with excellent swordsmanship. For example, Alliance, who had a close relationship with the sage of literature. The left and right of the same sect. Only then could he rest assured and let the other party break the cage with his sword. As for the flying sword with a section of willow leaf, of course, the loss was great. However, as long as Jiang Shangzhen ascended to the ascendant state, the two problems would be solved easily. It was just that these things that he knew were more unpleasant to say out loud. Wu Shuangjiang did not feel that he needed to pay back the money when doing business with these young people. Moreover, the 4 of them worked together. One of them shaped porcelain figurines and shattered porcelain figurines, and the 3 of them worked together to kill 14 states. Such a magnificent feat, even if Wu Shuangjiang was the one who was killed, he felt that it was very interesting. It would make Wu Shuangjiang look forward to this scene 100 years later. He just did not know that 100 or 1,000 years later, the young people would have ascended to the ascendant state. Then, there would be 4 ascendants and 3 of them would be sword cultivators? Would someone in the future mention this matter and say such a thing? There was once a person named Wu Shuangjiang in the New Year's Palace. He fought against Chen Pingan, Ning Yao, Jiang Shangzhen, and Cui Dongshan alone. How strong! Wu Shuangjiang laughed and took out a pot of wine as an exception. He drank a mouthful and began to talk about some old stories. After the New Year's Palace had me, it was very different. In less than 100 years, it rose quickly. You should know that when I was in the Jindan realm, I was already a sex accountant and the god of wealth. When I ascended to the nascent soul realm, I also took the position of the head of justice. Of course, this had a lot to do with the fact that the New Year's Palace was only a second-rate mountain at that time. However, you should have flipped through the secret records. A Jindan talisman cultivator killed a nascent soul sword cultivator in the process of catching and killing 2 Jade Realm cultivators when he was in the nascent soul realm. I'm not boasting, but not everyone can do it. I'm cautious by nature. Some accidents on the path of cultivation may seem dangerous, but in fact, they are nothing. However, this does not mean that the people around me are the same. So, there was a woman who accidentally killed 2 chi cultivators when she went down the mountain to gain experience. Both of them were officials of the secular imperial court. In the process of killing, more than 10 innocent mortals were harmed. This debt was counted as her fault. This is actually not too much to ask. So, I had to go down the mountain and help her deal with all kinds of people. Originally, all aspects had been settled by me. I followed the clues and found the person behind the scenes. That woman was Wu Shuangjiang's Dao companion on the mountain. In the New Year's palace, she was a woman with very ordinary cultivation aptitude and appearance. It was a trap set up by a cultivator on the mountain. Of course, it was targeted at Wu Shuangjiang. A woman with ordinary appearance and cultivation aptitude was not too good, was not worthy of the person behind the scenes to mobilize so many people. In the end, Wu Shuangjiang provoked the second sect master of the Beko Keikyung building. He was really invincible, Even those who set up the trap behind the scenes felt that it was a great surprise. At that time, Wu Shuangjiang was only a nascent soul realm cultivator. In the end, the second sect master of the Beko Keikyung building, who had been in charge of the Beko Keikyung building for 100 years, gave Wu Shuangjiang a choice. Otherwise, he would hand over that woman. According to the law of Tao, his soul would scatter. Wu Shuangjiang, you only need to stand by and watch. You don't need to die. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly brought up an off-topic topic. Our third sect master had nothing to do, so he also set up a similar heart-questioning trap for his junior brother. However, in terms of the details of the Tao heart, his senior brother was never satisfied. Otherwise, that youth could have obtained an immortal fate at that time. He could have reached the heavens in a single step and entered the jade unpolished realm. If he could not be sloppy in his state of mind and surpass you by a level, then do the same thing as you and seem to be looking for trouble and doing something superfluous, Lu Chen would be willing to look at him more highly. Chen Pingon said, "Is it that person whose Dao name is Shan Qing?" He was also one of the 10 young people under the heavens. Wu Shuangjiang smiled as he picked up the wine pot and pointed at the woman beside Chen Pingon. Ning Yao only said casually at this moment, "This person's actions are not very honest. I cut him a few times with my sword and he hid in seclusion for a few years." Jiang Shangjin, who had been listening attentively, immediately repeated the 2 words in a low voice. "Take care, take care." Wu Shuangjiang leaned against the railing and only took a sip before he stopped drinking. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. He smiled and said, "You have to know that before that incident, I was regarded as the Taoist cultivator who had the most Confucian sage aura in the world. I even had the hope of cultivating 1 or 2 natal characters because I firmly believe that everything in the world is clearly distinguished between right and wrong, black and white. The mountains and rivers were still there, but people were already passers-by. That was why Wu Shuangjiang said that sentence earlier. Everyone had a calligraphy lake in their heart. Perhaps, in Jiang Shangjin's calligraphy lake, there would be a weak woman like Heng Wu, who would linger around year after year without leaving. Perhaps, the hall of ancestral masters on the Divine Seal Peak, which used to be noisy, would become empty. There would be no more cursing and no one would throw a chair. Perhaps, in the calligraphy lake in Cui Dongshan's heart, there would be a poor teacher who had a belly full of knowledge but was still hungry. He would take the young man he met for the first time to walk through the shabby streets where chickens were chirping and dogs were barking. Perhaps, in the old school, there would be a high-spirited young scholar who was teaching on behalf of his teacher a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, the few people who were listening to the lesson had gone far away and never looked back. Perhaps, in the ancestral house of the Chow family in the Mud Bottle Alley, an old sword immortal from the South Saw continent who returned from a long journey looked back and seemed to see a woman with a broom in her hand. On that rainy day at home, the small courtyard where the four rivers converged into the hall was a calligraphy lake. Even an old sword immortal who had lived for thousands of years and had a heart of stone would have blurred vision when he looked back. He would murmur softly, "Mother, silly mother." A calligraphy lake might just be an inconspicuous rural mass grave. There was once a lively and cute little girl who was a ghost but was most afraid of ghosts. After she completely left the human world, she could make a swordsman who revisited the old place not so sad that he would be heartbroken. He just sat alone for a night and dared not to drink. Perhaps it was a lonely accountant who washed his face by the lake with water. Perhaps it was a young man who said that he was too young at a wine table on a long journey. Perhaps it was a woman who traveled with the city and was like the moon in the sky. Her face was full of tears. Looking at her lover who had lost his face and body on the city wall, she seemed to still have a smile on her face and waved goodbye to her. She wanted the woman who had a higher realm and better swordsmanship not to worry and not to feel guilty. The first floor was silent. Everyone had their own thoughts. The two sides who were confronting each other seemed to have changed from a life and death battle to a jovial conversation. They even had the hope of making a deal and forming an alliance. However, in fact, they were still at daggers drawn and the undercurrent was surging. If they had killed Wu Shuangjiang earlier, wouldn't the two of them have become rich? From then on, they would be so extravagant that they would be out of control. Wu Shuangjiang said to Ning Yao again, "After returning to my hometown, I will issue a decree to the inner disciples of the fifth world to let them serve the ascended city once, regardless of life and death." After all, it was the youth cave. Such an ally was one of a kind in the world. Ning Yao expressed her gratitude. Wu Shuangjiang said, "Tianran was your guest at the Great Wall of Sword Aura." She met 3 people in succession. The first one was the person who did business with me. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to take Tianran away. Even if they did, it would be too obvious. Therefore, when Tianran met him at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he even said that he wanted to spar with her. Of course, she was scared half to death. She has always been timid. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "He is Daoist Sun's junior brother." The wood house of the 5 elements and the statue of the middle-aged Daoist were carved from an ancestral peach tree of the Dexiandu temple. As for Chen Pingan's 5 peaks, they were made from the green bricks of the Dexiandu temple. The Daoin tent contained within was also the foundation of the Dexiandu temple's sword immortal lineage. This middle-aged Daoist who looked like a tourist from afar was the junior brother of the Dexiandu temple's master, Sun Huaizhong. He was also the master of the unique man of all ages, Song Maolu. It seems that she also met a lethargic person. He wore straw sandals and carried a firewood knife. He had been walking around. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly conjured a horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk drew a circle and then made a fist with one hand. He smiled and said, "Scripture seeking is just an empty straw sandal. I don't know what you are looking for." Chen Pingan was slightly surprised, but still said straightforwardly, "Isn't it just looking for a place to settle down? Besides, straw sandals are everywhere." Wu Shuangjiang passed the horsetail whisk to Chen Pingan and smiled, "In my hometown, I used to visit the supreme residence with Lu Qin. However, I only know a little about Buddhism. I hope that you will learn Zen wholeheartedly in the future. Don't run away from Zen." After Chen Pingan received the horsetail whisk, his shoulder tilted and he almost couldn't catch the fluttering horsetail whisk in Wu Shuangjiang's hand. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly asked, "Buddha's 10 great disciples each have their own number 1. May I ask why Venerable Luo Holuo, who is the number 1 in secret travel, is number 1. Chen Pingon didn't deliberately beat around the bush and answered honestly, when I first saw this Buddhist case in the book, I didn't know why the monk answered, I don't know. After asking a monk on the cliff, I found out the answer. Since it was a secret travel, how could an outsider answer this question? Of course they didn't know. The theory in the book was explained and it seemed very simple. It's a pity that everyone has their own problems and it's too difficult to know one that you don't know. Jiang Shangjin and Cui Dongshan each obediently handed over a green talisman that had not yet warmed up. Wu Shuangjiang put the brush in his sleeve and beckoned again. Cui Dongshan could only hand over the flower blossom brush. He did not expect that after Wu Shuangjiang took the brush, he would put the 2 green talisman on the table into his sleeve and beckon to Chen Pingon. It was obvious that the talisman that Chen Pingon had put in his pocket had to be returned to Wu Shuangjiang. Chen Pingon said helplessly, Senior, isn't this going too far? Wu Shuangjiang said, whoever has a higher cultivation level says what they want. Who was the one who said it before? Jiang Shangjin lowered his head and looked down. The 3 of them went for wool and came home shorn. They even lost a green talisman, or more accurately, 2. Cui Dongshan braced himself and said, Sir, you should keep that one. Chief Zhou and I still have one. Jiang Shangjin slapped his forehead and ended up getting elbowed by Cui Dongshan. Wu Shuangjiang laughed and waved his hand. He took out 2 more green talisman and held the flower blossom brush. He concentrated and drew 2 more talismans in one go and gave them to Jiang Shangjin and Cui Dongshan. Finally, he threw the flower blossom brush to the white-robed young man and said, I also wish Mr. Cui's wonderful brush blossoms and write a few more immortal poems. How to do business with others was one thing, giving gifts when one was in a good mood was another. Chen Pingon was extremely moved. He had learned it, Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangjin each took out their talismans and were about to leave the night boat and return to the Aquarius continent. Chen Pingon stood up and walked to their side. He held on to Cui Dongshan's head with one hand and suddenly hugged Jiang Shangjin. He lightly punched Jiang Shangjin's back. He did not have much to say to Cui Dongshan, Jiang Shangjin and Chen Pingon. Jiang Shangjin had an awkward expression for the first time. He hesitated for a moment, then hugged Chen Pingon. In his entire life, he had never hugged a man. Even the eldest son Jiang Heng, when he was still in swaddling clothes, he did not receive such treatment. As the father, he had never hugged him. Chen Pingon took 2 steps back and laughed, everything is going smoothly. Jiang Shangjin suddenly wanted to say something but stopped. Chen Pingon had some suspicions. Jiang Shangjin lowered his voice and said, I heard that there is a consonant city here. I have admired the city lord for a long time. If it is possible, I will have to trouble Mountain Lord to pass on a message for me. Anything will do, Mountain Lord's words are the most appropriate. Chen Pingon felt a headache coming on. Appropriate your master Jiang. His face became awkward, and he turned to look at Ning Yao. Ning Yao said, a straight person is not afraid of a crooked shadow, and you are feeling guilty about such things. On the Jianghu Road, how many 300 taels of silver are there? Chen Pingon retracted his gaze and smiled at Jiang Shangjin, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Shangjin probed, then. Don't pass on the message. Wu Shuangjiang sat there leisurely drinking tea and watching the show. He felt that this sect master Jiang was a wonderful person, and they hit it off very well. Cui Dongshan quickly helped to change the topic. Teacher, if you are free and go to that Xingsei city and meet an old teacher whose legs are crippled, carrying a lantern to climb a ladder to write a list of people, and in the end, he was so scared that his hair turned white overnight, you must help me say a few words to him. His writing is really good, and he should not be banned from writing a list of people. Chen Pingan knew who Cui Dongshan was talking about, and he agreed without hesitation. Jiang Shangzhen twirled the talisman and smiled. Thank you, Mountain Lord, for passing on the message. I will go now. Cui Dongshan took out the green bamboo cane Xing Qi Ming and lightly propped it on the ground. He laughed. Teacher, take care. I will go now. The white-clothed youth and the blue-clothed scholar disappeared in a flash. Wu Shuangjiang turned to look out the window and smiled. It will be dawn soon. Wu Shuangjiang turned his head and stood up. Then I will not disturb your conversation. I still have to look after the counter. Chen Pingan asked, Senior, when will you leave the ferry and return to the Time Palace? Wu Shuangjiang smiled. Depends on my mood. Maybe even if I leave the night ferry, I will first make a trip to the wilderness. After Wu Shuangjiang left, Chen Pingan and Ning Yao went to Pei Qian's room. Xiaomi was still sleeping soundly. After his master and mistress sat down, Pei Qian gently shook Xiaomi's head, but she did not wake up. He reached out and covered the little girl's nose and mouth. Xiaomi frowned slightly and was still in a daze. She slapped Pei Qian's hand away. It seemed like she could still sleep for a while. Pei Qian could only say, Xiaomi, time to patrol the mountain. Xiaomi immediately jumped up and rubbed her eyes as she shouted, Okay, okay. Then she saw the good Mountain Lord, the Mountain Lord's wife, and Pei Qian with a mischievous smile. The black-clothed little girl covered her mouth with her hands and laughed loudly. Pei Qian did not lie. When she woke up, she saw everyone. Ning Yao said to the tired Chen Pingan, You sleep for a while. I will accompany Pei Qian and Xiaomi and chat for a while. Chen Pingan nodded and fell asleep on the table. As for whether Xiaomi would say something wrong, he did not care. After all, he was not afraid of a crooked shadow. At the entrance of the inn, Wu Shuangjiang, who still had the appearance of a young waiter, sat on a bench with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He shook his head and played the arrow. Occasionally, he would open his eyes and smile gently. When he glanced sideways, it seemed like there was a girl sitting beside him with a pipa in her arms. She sang with the sounds of the pipa and the arrow, hoping that all the lovers in the world would find their way together. Chen Pingan quickly rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to his senses. The sound of the arrow was too noisy. Ning Yao pulled Pei Qian and Xiaomi back to her room. Chen Pingan deliberately blocked the sound of the arrow. He took off his boots and sat cross-legged on the bed. He began to breathe and immerse himself in the music. When Chen Pingan woke up, he realized that it was already dusk. Fortunately, there was no sound of the arrow. Chen Pingan put on his boots and walked to the main hall of the inn. He saw that Ning Yao and the other two were there. Wu Shuangjiang had opened a book and was no longer playing the arrow. He had started to be a storyteller. Ning Yao and the other two were eating sunflower seeds and there was a plate of dried fish on the table. They were the audience. Chen Ping and stood still. After listening for a moment, he began to break out in cold sweat. Wu Shuangjiang said that there was something in the book. The Jianghu heroine asked the young hero, Dare I ask young master's surname and given name? There was also the beautiful ghost in the mountains. She smiled charmingly and asked the young man, Why don't you take advantage of this beautiful night and play some tricks? Hearing this, Xiaomi frowned and asked Pei Qian what he meant. Pei Qian said he didn't know. Ning Yao glanced at him and smiled, You can ask the person involved. Chen Pingan laughed and walked over. Pei Qian, Xiaomi, go get some peanuts, edamame, and cucumber. I want to drink with Uncle Wu. I don't drink. Wu Shuangjiang closed the book. Many of the pages had folded corners, probably saying something like, "Take advantage of this beautiful night." There were reminders. Wu Shuangjiang walked over to the door and leaned against it. He left the book on the table. After Chen Pingan sat down, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't even know that he was here to join in the fun. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and glanced at the table. Thinking back to the past, his sect was just as bustling as this. Chen Pingan found an excuse and walked over to the door. He and Wu Shuangjiang were guarding the door. Both of them had their hands in their sleeves. If anyone looked at them, they really did look like that. Wu Shuangjiang said softly, "If I'm not wrong, you'll have to go to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains soon. It's very likely that you'll be in the form of an out-of-body yin spirit. When that happens, you'll have two identities. You'll be standing among the top figures of Hao Ran Mountain. You'll be the last disciple of the sage of literature and the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Chen Pingan thought for a moment, is it to discuss how to deal with the wilderness? Wu Shuangjiang nodded and smiled, what else could it be? It's similar to the riverside discussion 10,000 years ago. If nothing goes wrong, you'll still be the youngest person. It was unknown if the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Sages would appear. However, there would definitely be the Sage of Literature, the Sage of Literature, the three leaders of the Confucian Temple, Fu Xing, the three chancellors, the 72 headmasters and so on. The talisman Yu Xian, the great heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Xing Juzhong of White Emperor City, Pei Bei, Venerable Fire Dragon, Madame Qing Zhong of Lushui Pit, Lu Jubao of White Mountain Continent, Huayin, Yupanshui and so on. There might also be the great deity of Sui Mountain, Madam of Green Immortal Mountain and so on. There would also be the Grand Masters of the 100 Schools of Thought. This was because the outcome of this discussion would determine the future of the two worlds. Wu Shuangjiang leaned his head back and leaned against the door, "You're well behaved. You're a national scholar." Chen Pingan said, "You flatter me." Wu Shuangjiang smiled, "I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about the sect that I built with my own hands. The mountains and rivers, the grotto for youth." Chen Pingan nodded, "It's similar to Daoist Sun Xuandu Temple. It's fascinating." Wu Shuangjiang smiled, "It'll be better if you remove the first half of the sentence." Chen Pingan shook his head, "Our Luopa mountain roams the Jianghu. We're upright and honest." Wu Shuangjiang rubbed his chin, "It seems that this is the only thing that can't compare to your Luopa mountain." Chen Pingan did not reply. The origin of Luopa Mountain's atmosphere had always been a mystery. Just like how many melon seeds Zhou Mili put in her pocket every day. The mountain chieftain said that it was bestowed by a certain proud student. Cui Dongshan swore that it was the work of his eldest senior sister. Pei Qian said that it was the knowledge of old chef at the dining table. She only listened to a few ears and learned a little. Zhu Lian said that it was the evil wind that spread from Cloud Padding Mountain that could not be stopped. Wei Pai said that he had benefited a lot from playing chess with Brother Dofeng. The pitiful Jing Dofeng, who had worked hard as a gatekeeper for so many years, had no chance to refute anything now that he was in the fifth world. Wu Shuangjiang muttered to himself, throwing an egg at a stone. All the eggs in the world are still the same, unbreakable. Chen Pingan said, "I don't think so." Wu Shuangjiang nodded, "Sincerity can move metal and stone. You have to believe in it." He asked again, "Do you know which line of your Confucian sage I like the most?" Chen Pingan probed, "Returning good for good, returning evil with justice." Wu Shuangjiang clicked his tongue, "What's with your brain? You can even guess that." On the table in the room, Xiaomi put her hands on the table and shouted, "Mountain Chieftain, Mr. Wu, there's no more dried fish in the creek." Wu Shuangjiang turned his head and smiled, "It's fine. My share is yours." Chen Pingan also smiled and nodded in agreement. Xiaomi pursed her lips and nodded again. She raised her hands and gave 2 thumbs up. It was unknown whether she was thanking him or asking about something else. A small amount of dried fish was nothing. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly sighed, a happy family. Chen Pingan softly said, "It's the new year." (781) In the twilight, Wu Shuangjiang suddenly said that he wanted to leave. The long sword night wandering that he threw to Chen Pingan had already been completely refined in half a day. After Chen Pingan received night wandering, he shamelessly asked Wu Shuangjiang for a copy of his calligraphy. In the Qingming world, it was publicly acknowledged that the calligraphy written by the cultivators who had been removed from the palace could exorcise ghosts. The characters were like hanging talismans, and were even more effective. Of course, Chen Pingan did not want to rely on Wu Shuangjiang's calligraphy to exorcise ghosts and ward off evil spirits. That would be too wasteful. He wanted to keep it as a souvenir of the night boat trip. In the future, he would hang it in his Luopa mountain study. When a guest came to visit, no matter who it was, wouldn't they have to ask whether it was authentic or fake? Wu Shuangjiang agreed. Chen Pingan took out brush, ink, paper, and inkstone in the main hall. After Xiaomi Li cleaned up the table, he helped spread out the rice paper and leaned over the table to grind the ink. Wu Shuangjiang looked at the ordinary brushes and ink sticks at the foot of the mountain. He seemed to have lost interest in writing. Chen Pingan said helplessly, "I really only have these things on me. Senior, please make do with them." Wu Shuangjiang laughed and said, "Luopa Mountain can afford to lose face, but I can't. In that case, let's forget about it." Chen Pingan hurriedly said, "Then can Junior go and borrow the 4 treasures of the study from Li Shilang?" Wu Shuangjiang glanced at the sky outside and shook his head. "We can't let Xiao Bai wait too long." Xiaomi Li was still grinding the ink stick. He anxiously raised his hand to scratch his head. He said pitifully, Mr. Wu, can I just write a few words? When we go out, we walk the Jianghu. Why don't we just make do with it?" Wu Shuangjiang thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense." Wu Shuangjiang took out the document he always carried with him from his sleeve and spread out a piece of colorful cloud. He then took out a bamboo brush and carved a line of Xiaozhuan characters on it. On one side of the inkstone, there was an inscription of the immortal cave. A pair of pocket-sized hornless dragons were lying on the ancient inkstone. Wu Shuangjiang tapped the hornless dragon's head with the tip of the brush. The 2 hornless dragons immediately opened their golden eyes, and a layer of golden ripples appeared on the ancient inkstone. Wu Shuangjiang dipped the brush into the ink, and the tip of the brush turned golden. At that time, I only thought that it was normal and didn't believe that there would be white hair in the world. The bright moon was resting alone in a tall building, suddenly came to the window and suspected that it was you. Finally, there were 3 places where Wu Shuangjiang's personal seals and a flower mark were printed. A scholar on a military horse, commanding an army of 1,000,000. The realm of old age. Her heart was like a green lotus in the world. Chen Pingan stood to the side and gently rubbed his hands. He sighed, "Senior, with such good handwriting, it's a pity that you didn't write another couplet. Good things come in pairs. Pay attention to it." Wu Shuangjiang smiled. 2 pieces of couplet paper made of red appeared on the table. On each couplet, there were 7 golden dragon patterns, as if they were waiting to be written. Not only that, he also took out a small wooden box from his sleeve. After opening it, there were 7 small porcelain boxes lined up. It was the famous 7 treasures clay from the old age. On the mountain, Jun Yuqiu had once obtained a great opportunity from the ruins of an immortal abode. He moved the ancient mountain back to the sect. After the mountain took root, strange phenomena occurred. There were often scenes of cinnabar flying like colorful clouds. Xiaomili waved her hand and stood outside the door. She looked around for a long time and sighed. She was a little envious of Mr. Wu's skills. He did not even need to ride the wind and disappeared with a whoosh. Wasn't that the divine immortal realm that started from the Jindan realm? What was she thinking? How could the earth immortal realm be enough? Perhaps he was the legendary unpolished jade realm. Sigh, his realm was so high. He was as high as Wei Shanjun. How many night banquets had Mr. Wu hosted in his hometown? No wonder he gave people gifts without blinking. He was generous and generous. This was how one should be in the Jianghu. That silly girl he met at the Mute Lake was not a bad person. It was just that her hair was long and her knowledge was short. She could sell the big water monster at the Mute Lake for 1 grain of rice rain money. Xiaomili swaggered back to the table in the hall. Chen Pingan kept the copybook and couplets and put them into the Fangsuan object. He smiled at Xiaomili and said, ancient inkstone, green bamboo brush, 7 treasure mud. These 3 things, let Pei Qian keep them for you first. Xiaomili was stunned for a moment. The little girl glanced at the items on the table, but I have already thought about how to give them away. Chen Pingan smiled, you don't have to give them away. Just keep them well. When you return to Luopa Mountain in the future, remember not to throw them away. Xiaomili said seriously, at first, I planned to give them all to the Hill Master's wife. If the Hill Master's wife didn't accept them, I wouldn't have the courage to insist. When I return home, I will give the 7 treasure mud to Sister Wanshu. She likes to keep records every day. I will give the ancient inkstone to Jing Qing and the green bamboo brush to Wei Shanjun. Isn't there a bamboo forest in the Pinning Cloud Mountain? I don't know why old chef and Pei Qian didn't go there themselves. They asked me to go there secretly and count how many bamboos there. I was thinking that if Wei Shanjun received the gifts, he would be happy and give me a bamboo for free. Ning Yao held back her laughter and rubbed Xiaomili's head. Pei Qian pretended that he didn't know anything. As long as his master asked, he would push everything to old chef. Chen Pingan felt uneasy for the first time. He didn't know how Wei Shanjun felt when Xiaomili wandered around the bamboo forest and seriously counted the bamboos with a wrench. A white-haired boy poked his head out from the corner of the corridor and asked, Hidden Official Patriarch, where is that person? Did he leave? How was your chat? Chen Pingan turned his head and said, he left the city. We had a good chat. You don't have to do anything. The white-haired boy laughed. He put his hands on his waist and shook his shoulders. He strode to the table. Hidden Official Patriarch is indeed invincible. I don't even have the chance to show my loyalty. Otherwise, as long as I put in a little effort, I would definitely be able to defeat the enemy with Hidden Official Patriarch. What a pity, what a pity. Chen Pingan smiled and said, then should I invite him back? The white-haired boy's knees went soft. He reached out to hold the table and said with a trembling voice, I don't think that's necessary. After all, it's easier to invite a god than to send him away. From the beginning to the end, it was very baffling. When it saw Wu Shuangjiang and chatted with Pei Qian, it was like falling into the clouds. When it came out of the maze, Wu Shuangjiang was gone. What was also gone was its realm as an otherworldly demon. It appeared in a state similar to a person without a realm. Chen Pingan glanced at it and said, let's go to the house and talk. They went back to Chen Pingan's house together. Chen Pingan took out the copybook. It should be the senior who wanted me to pass it to you. The white-haired boy nodded. At this point, Chen Pingan was in high spirits, just like when he heard the name Li Shilang for the first time. For example, people like Jiang Shangjin would always have people they wanted to meet on the night boat. It was the rain that withered and the wind that suddenly turned green, it was the cup of deep amber on the flower-selling pole, it was the heart that had just sunk, it was the 3 times in 2 years, it was the person who was thinner than the yellow flower. In fact, Chen Pingan wanted to visit more sages and ancients in books. Ning Yao was used to Chen Pingan's ability to solve puzzles. She only said how Chen Pingan's affinity with the elders came about, and that was how it came about. Pei Qian's face was full of righteousness. In any case, Zhou Mili could only hear vaguely. As long as the good mountain lord didn't compete with others in poetry, he was very powerful. Only the extraterrestrial demon was dumbfounded by the series of from this to that, from the vine to the melon, and through the door. He praised from the bottom of his heart, Ancestor Ingguan, this night boat should be steered by you. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, far from it. It's just a 2-legged bookcase. It wasn't that he was belittling himself, but that was the truth. The night boat was only one city, but it had already made Chen Pingan gasp in amazement. If it wasn't for the fact that it was difficult to distinguish friend from foe, and that he had other matters to attend to, Chen Pingan really wouldn't mind strolling through the 12 cities one by one on this ferry, even if it would take him 2 or 3 years. The white-haired boy rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. I'm rich, I'm rich. With Ancestor Ingguan giving me pointers, and with my help, won't the immortals' fated chances on this ferry become barren? Chen Pingan said, I still have important matters to attend to, so other than the plum branch, I won't fight for the other fated chances. The white-haired boy pounded his chest with both hands. Is this still the arrogant and greedy Ancestor Ingguan that I know? Chen Pingan said, I want to ask Senior Wang Yuanzhang for a seal. I've already thought of the seal. It'll be, clear air fills the universe, scattering into thousands of miles of spring. After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan took a sip of wine and said softly, if I can get 2 seals, of course, it'll be better. The seal will be Wanderer's Journey. The white-haired boy clapped his hands and cheered, the seal is excellent. Ancestor Ingguan's literary talent is unparalleled. Chen Pingan glanced at him sideways. It's something from the old mister's poem. I'm just copying it. The white-haired boy raised his arms and shouted, Ancestor Ingguan's memory is invincible. With one punch, he moved a mountain of books, and with one kick, he toppled a sea of literature. He's number 1 in the world, and no one dares to claim to be number 2. Because I'm too close to Ancestor Ingguan, I can only claim to be number 3. In any case, as long as he had a clear conscience, there was no awkward flattery in the world. Chen Pingan suddenly said, according to Court Chief Wu's prediction, I might make a trip to Middle-earth's Confucian Temple at some point in time. As for when I'll go and how I'll return, it's hard to say. The white-haired boy kept quiet out of fear. He sat back on the bench and wiped the table repeatedly with one hand. Ning Yao said, I'll take care of Pei Qian and Xiaomi. Chen Pingan smiled. Then, let's go solve the riddle. Xiaomi jumped down from the bench. Yes, sir. The group of people packed their luggage and left the inn. They followed the clues, and just as Chen Pingan had said, they followed the clues all the way. Just as they had expected, they bought whatever they wanted and chatted whatever they wanted. One stands on the city wall, one lies at the foot of the mountain. We can only look at each other from afar. We are in the same boat. Then it's you. Both of us fell from the 14th level. Lu Cha said, Are you done? Allianz said, Why do you care? Lu Cha said no more and continued fishing. Allianz took a nap before getting up. He said that he would come here to drink when he was free. The man spread out his hands and spun away. He still used the Jianghu's cloud ladder to jump up and down. Lu Cha glanced at him, feeling very curious. Could it be that this fellow was also like this when he was in the secondary Saint Manor? In a sect of the Central Plains, a certain jade unpolished realm cultivator who had been half dead by Qi Tingji had just finished recuperating in seclusion. He came out of seclusion for a few days with great difficulty to attend a meeting in the ancestral hall. There was a masked man who only revealed a pair of shifty eyes. In broad daylight, he broke through the sect's formation and landed on the square outside the ancestral hall. He made a gesture of gathering qi in his dantian. Then he put his hands on his forehead and smoothed his hair back. He called out the name of the jade unpolished realm cultivator several times and loudly asked where he was. Everything happened so suddenly that a young and promising consecrator of the ancestral hall didn't notice the strange looks on everyone's faces, as if they wanted to say something but were fiercely suppressing it. He stepped forward bravely and crossed the threshold of the ancestral hall. He angrily rebuked the masked man, "Which scoundrel dares to trespass here?" The masked man's eyes darted around as he winked at a fairy who was hovering in the air in the distance. The short masked man raised his fist and waved it behind him. The jade unpolished realm cultivator at the entrance of the ancestral hall seemed to have been hit in the head by a heavy hammer. He fainted on the spot and fell to the ground. His waist leaned against the threshold and his body arched like a bridge. Inside the ancestral hall, from the sect master to the minister of justice to the consecrators, everyone was holding their breaths. Most of them didn't even get up. There were a few unkind ones who turned around and chatted with their friends to prove their innocence. That guy had been here before. It wasn't the first time. After that, the jade unpolished realm ancestral hall consecrator met with a pitiful end. Central Plains, Xuanmi Dynasty. A rich man was admiring a game of chess in a pavilion. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him and strangled him. The rich man coughed and couldn't speak. He slapped the man's arm with all his strength. The old man's round face turned purple and then white. There were signs of him rolling his eyes. Only then did the man let go of his hand. Yu Panshui gasped for breath. Madhav **Ker, he knew who was here. No one in the world could do such a wicked thing. Unexpectedly, the man strangled the old man's neck again and scolded, "Fatty you, what's wrong with you? You didn't even smile when you saw your good brother. You didn't even greet him." "Ah. I knew it. There must be someone in my hometown who secretly made a scarecrow every day and cursed me to not be able to return home. Good Lord, it's you." After saying that, he lifted his arm. The old man could only stand on his tiptoes like a ghost. It wasn't that the old man was pretending to be pitiful, but the son of **TCH behind him was really ruthless. Yu Panshui had to force his yin spirit out of his body. He stood beside the man, stomped his feet hard, clapped his hands, and exclaimed, "Oh, it's Brother Alliance. I haven't seen you for a few years, and your muscles are so strong. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're worthy of experiencing the glory of a 14th realm sword cultivator. But realms don't mean much. To Brother Alliance, it's your manliness. The last time we met, you had already reached the peak. Unexpectedly, you can still go one step further. Admirable, admirable. I'm drooling, I'm drooling." Only then did Alliance let go of his hand. He pushed the yin spirit's head and let it return to its real body. Sitting on a bench in the pavilion, he spread his hands on the railing and crossed his legs. He let out a long breath and threw a glance at Yu Panshui. Yu Panshui understood tacitly. Immediately, a wisp of green smoke swept out from the pavilion and floated over. Finally, it condensed into a beautiful woman. She curtsied and smiled sweetly at the man. Greetings, Mr. Alliance jumped up and reached out to wipe his hair. I'm so distant. Call me little brother Alliance. Yupan Shui regretted eating and drinking too much today. Alliance waved his hand and said, Fatty you, wipe your own shit. Yupan Shui played dumb. Alliance smiled and said, you can call yourself Alliance. In the Xianmi dynasty, there was a famous mountain elder of the academy at the foot of the mountain. He was known as the boldest scholar in the central divine continent by many scholars. When Yupan Shui returned, Alliance left in a hurry and said, Yupan Shui, you have dog guts. How dare you hit me? Yupan Shui sighed. After Alliance left, he found an old immortal, an old acquaintance. The old immortal sneered and said, is it against the law to say a few words? You can scold me, you can hit me. If I fight back, it's my loss. He met a shameless old scoundrel. Alliance shouted angrily and said with grief and indignation, good, good, good. Bullying me because my cultivation is low, you want to fight with me? You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Even if I'm beaten to death by you, I won't take this kind of humiliation today. His voice was so loud that it spread up and down the peaks of the sect. Then Alliance grabbed the guy's hair, put his head under his armpit, and punched his head again and again. Finally, he withdrew his fist and made a gesture of qi sinking into his dantian. He felt refreshed. Another victory. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.